All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 16th Annual FERC Software Conference. My name is Monica Ferreira, and I'm an engineer here at FERC and the conference lead for this year. I'll be giving you some information to help you make the best of this conference experience. We'll start with what you need to know now, give some broader context for this year's conference, give some well-deserved thanks to our amazing team that put this together, and give you some next steps for enjoying the conference to the fullest. Also, if you're an in-person presenter, when you want to switch slides, you'll be gesturing to our friendly AV team and saying, "Next slide, please." Hopefully. Fantastic. Thank you. It's a slow morning. We all need our coffee. So to go over the conference timing this year, we have 3 days, about 9:15 to 5:30 every day. There's a slight adjustment. On Wednesday, we will be starting at 9 a.m. and getting out at 5:45. Grown, we know that's a long day, but we promise there's plenty of great breaks and a amazing AI panel for you guys to help make it through that long day. And then lastly, we'll be ending by letting you guys out a little bit early this year, and be going 9:15 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Thursday. We will be running simultaneous sessions again this year, Tuesday afternoon. So today we'll be starting simultaneous sessions both in this room and hearing room 1 next door at 4 p.m. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we will have dual sessions all day. The slides will soon be available for download after the conference via the conference webpage, and they'll be posted to eLibrary after the conference as well. Next slide. So as I said before, the 2 rooms, and you'll see in your program, are commission meeting room, which is the room you're currently in, referred to as A, and hearing room 1, which will be B, which is next door. Upon entry and exit, you will need the badges that were given to you when you came in via security. There are bathrooms and water fountains towards the elevators on either side. So remember to stay hydrated. It's hot out there. There are no food or drink in the commission meeting room other than water. So please, no snacks, even though we know it gets peckish around lunchtime. Next slide. We have plenty to offer here in Noma. There are plenty of good restaurants for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So if you get hungry during the day, there's plenty of options in the surrounding area, none of which are sponsored by FERC. And especially near FERC or near the Union Market. So that's up to the northeast. But again, mind the heat. It is 94 degrees outside, or it will be, and 60% humidity. So for those of you from California like me, I am sorry. Next slide. We have Zoom webinar links that are linked on the FERC software conference webpage, and you can use those to enter as an attendee virtually at any time. We have one link for all 3 days in CMR for A and HR1 for B. So that will associate with the different sessions that you might want to see. So we only have 2 links. They are good for all 3 days. Next slide, please. So presentation timing, I'm sure those of you that are presenting know, but for those of you that haven't been with us before, we have 30 minutes total per presentation, 20 minutes of presentation time, and 10 minutes of Q&A. If you start to get towards the end of your presentation time and you seem like you're a little bit further from the end of your slides, which we can monitor on our laptops, we'll go ahead and give you a little cue that you might need to hurry up a little bit on your slides. But obviously Q&A time is up to your discretion. So if you want less questions, you can take more time. As far as Q&A goes, staff will select Q&A from both the virtual and in-person presenters. If you are a virtual presenter or virtual attendee and you would like to ask a question, we will ask you to fill out the Q&A feature on the Zoom. And then when staff calls on you, we'll grant you permission to unmute and you can ask the question out loud yourself. In-person attendees, please raise your hand if you have a question, and one of our mic runners, lovely mic runners, will run you a mic and you'll be able to unmute and ask that question. Are there any questions so far?
We're fine.
Okay.
Jessica, you can go ahead and ask your question. I think maybe that hand was raised in error, but we have one question. Will the presentations be recorded and available online?
Yes, so the questions will be recorded and available online as every year on the software conference webpage, and we will upload them there. So you will be able to look at them. They'll also be available via YouTube. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This year is the 16th Annual Software Conference. The conference was started by our very own Dick O'Neill. Who is in the room with us here today and will be presenting later, and OPI, the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. This year we have attendees from 6 continents, 51 presentations, and 1, for the first time ever, panel. Like I said, this will be our first year offering a panel where a diverse group of stakeholders will be discussing AI integration in power markets. That will be on Wednesday at noon in this room right here, CMR-A. Representatives from universities, ISO, RTOs, industry firms, national labs, and nonprofit research groups have all come together to participate in the conference this year. So we thank you all for bringing a diverse group to our conference every year. Next slide. This is a map of where our software conference authors are from this year. And as you can see, we really love our diverse group of authors, and authorship continues to grow in geographic diversity, which we're very proud of. Next slide. Lastly, we'd like to give a big thanks to everyone who contributed to the conference this year. That includes the OPI team, the Leona team, who's back in the booth, our FERC IT team, who came in here earlier and made sure we had everything we needed, and our unfortunately retired Sarah McKinley from External Affairs. OPI team, would you please take a moment to stand so we can give you a round of applause? I think I saw Kayla in the audience. Thank you guys so much for all your hard work. And thank you to all of our presenters and attendees for working with us to make this happen. We recognize that in our aim to provide a better conference experience, our process changes every year. We'd like to thank you for all bearing with these changes, being flexible, and working with us to make the conference happen every year. Thank you. Next slide, please. Lastly, we just want to remind you to plan your participation. So you can look at the conference agenda that is in paper copy outside, and look at the abstracts, which are uploaded online on the conference website. And you can plan which sessions you'd like to go to and which sessions you'd like to opt out of. Please read the abstracts and prepare questions. We know our presenters love to get a good question in their Q&A. And session T1 will begin here at 9:30 a.m. And we hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. So if you can wrap up your conversations and take a seat. Hi, everyone. So one thing that was pointed out to me that I think everyone will be interested in knowing is that the Wi-Fi for the commission meeting room is open. So you can go ahead and join that. But the Wi-Fi next door for hearing room 1 has a password, but that is posted on the walls when you walk in. So you'll be able to see it. It's posted in multiple places around the room. So if you want to connect, also RIT decided to make me emphasize that HR1 has the better Wi-Fi bandwidth. So if you are concerned about that and need a little bit of extra oomph, that's the one that you should hook up to. So thank you. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our first presenter, and that will be Mingguo Hong from ISO-NE, presenting Copula-based uncertainty modeling for grid operation. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Great. So I have the slide right in front of me. That's good. Thank you for coming. So my presentation today is Copula-based uncertainty modeling for grid operation. For those of you who are familiar with the a standard application to power system operational planning, but our focus today is mainly on the application of the method in the context of practical power system operation planning at ISO England. Next slide, please. Just to set the general background, so at ISO England, we are projecting behind meter solar netted with the daily peak. The net load will drop below the capacity of nuclear generation, so creating potential risk to minimum generation. And the current interconnection request is 47% wind, 8% solar, and 44% battery storage. So we see a lot of renewable coming into the grid, and it's challenging our traditional deterministic operation planning studies. Next slides, please. Yep. So why do we talk about probabilistic scenarios? So if we just look 1 hour ahead, we can probably just look at a probability distribution. But normally in operation planning studies, we do multi-hour. So oftentimes the approach is to look at the corner cases, either maximum system load in combination with minimum wind generation, or minimum system load with maximum wind generation, like in the spring or autumn season. But the most risky cases can be inside that big envelope where the steep ramp scenarios are. So it's inadequate just look at the corner cases. We need to also look at spatial temporal scenarios within the boundaries. Next slide, please. To the right are 2 figures of, also as an examples, these are realistic figures for wind generation forecast and solar generation forecast. So, these forecasts are probabilistic spreads, distribution performed at a certain time over the next, let's say, 48 hours, and it has probability distribution at each hour. We often talk about percentile forecasts. So in terms of 10%, 20%, 50%, 90%, and so on. And normally we would ask these forecasts to be well calibrated, meaning like the actual SCADA measurements, the realized megawatts will be following the probability distribution in the long run. And also we want these forecasts to be sharp, meaning we desire to have the probability spread to be narrow. Essentially these probabilistic forecasts already reflect spatial temporal correlation. When the forecast is based on, let's say, weather forecasts, they already have some correlation. But when the spread is wide, we can't just randomly take points from in each hour to connect dots to say, well, this is a scenario. We have to consider the spatial temporal correlation between 2 selected samples in adjacent hours and among the sites. So, so the random sampling method can potentially create unrealistic spatial temporal correlations. So for those of us who are familiar with the Copula theory, we know that it is in my opinion, is a statistically sound and practically implementable approach to model correlation with marginal distributions. Let's go on to the next slide. Just a quick summary on, next slide, please. A quick summary on the Copula method. So there's an equation after the first bullet. So to the right, the right-hand side of the equation has a number of marginal distributions, F1, F2, up to Fn. For each random variable, you have a marginal distribution. And also the left-hand side of the equation represents the joint distribution, and the Copula function is the analytical function that relate the individual marginal distribution to the joint distribution. So in applying this method to power system planning, we can essentially make tuples of solar, wind, megawatt, based on the sites and also the time, the hours, to create a vector of spatial temporally related random variables, and then apply the Copula method to generate scenarios. So because of the time, I won't go into the detail on the method itself until later. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so here's a plot done with the wind generation data from 2024 at ISO New England. So on the top row, those are the PDF illustration of the PDF functions based on real data points, SCADA measurements. Those are the PDF functions, and the bottom of the chart shows what they are: nearby plants, nearby wind plants for two distant wind plants, and for a single individual plant, I look at the adjacent hours of generation output, and also for the entire system for the adjacent hours. So those are the plots. So the first plot, for example, the PDF shows how two nearby plants, the output, how they're correlated over time. And then the scales are in megawatt, right? So the PDF function, the X, Y axes. And then you convert those X, Y axis values through the CDF function to convert them into the 0 to 1 probability range. And then you have the Copula plots. You can see the Copula plots do show the correct correlation for plants that are nearby, plants that are distant, and for a plant for the adjacent hours output of a plant, there's even stronger correlation, and the system hourly generation output show even stronger correlation there. Next slide, please. And the same question for solar Copulas. You can see the bottom row shows the Copulas for nearby plants, distant plants, for adjacent hours of the same plant, and for overall the system adjacent hours. If you just look at the shape of the Copula, the bottom row, they're not always elliptic or symmetric. Some do show more tail dependency, maybe lower tail dependency than the upper tail dependency. So so that gives us the opportunity to choose the right Copula model to model wind and solar generation correlations. Next slide, please. Yep, so our general observation is that the Archimedean family of Copulas that include Gumbel, Clayton, and Frank Copulas are more suited for modeling wind generation dependency. But for practical consideration, Gaussian Copulas are close approximations of those Copula models, and also Gaussian Copula has the benefit of being a simple model, and it's easy to scale up to model multivariate dependency. We have readily available software that can do that for us. And also the Gaussian Copulas, we can use it to model the spatial temporal correlation among wind, solar generation at the plant, regional, and system levels. With our data, we confirm what's been published in the literature, that the correlation between hourly wind and solar generation is quite weak. So the correlation rho is -0.3. And this is understandable because because of the weak correlation between wind speed and solar irradiance. So let's go on to the next slide. A general description of the scenario generation algorithm. If you just look at the steps, the content, it's a standard procedure. You can find similar description in many published literatures. But what we're doing here is to apply it to the practical system at ISO New England. So you deal with dimension and also some of the data issues. Step one is to generate the covariance matrix. We look at 101 wind and solar plants. And we also look at 36 hours into the future. So the dimension of our multidimensional random variable is 3,636. Next step. So the first step involves deriving the correlation matrix, which will be 3,636 by 3,636. It's a large matrix. Now, the next step is to estimate the cumulative distribution function. It's the marginal cumulative distribution function for each plant in each hour. So that is estimated based on the forecast, right? You have 36-hour forecast looking into the future. You can either derive a parametric function like an alpha distribution, Gaussian distribution, or Weibull distribution, or you can come up with the non-parametric. It could be either a step function or a smooth function. And step three involves generating n random samples, maybe using the Latin hypercube sampling method from the multivariate Gaussian distribution that we have just derived based on step one. And that will include, that would have reflected the correlation among the spatial temporal correlation among the sites and in between the hours. Once we have that, the n random sample, it would be a large size sample. And we now map, go from the sample, which is the dimension of the marginal distribution is from negative infinity to positive infinity, right, in large range. We map it to the 0, 1 space, 0, 1 hypercube. And then that becomes essentially our copula. And then step 5 involves inverting that copula back into the megawatt space using the marginal distributions derived in step 2. So that gives us our spatial temporally correlated scenario. Let's go on to the next slide. Again, like I said, what we saw on the previous slide is quite familiar to folks that are familiar with the copula sampling method. But our work is primarily on how we do this in a realistic power system. So this is how we construct the spatial temporal variable vector. Has how the variables are arranged to reflect the locations and the hours, and then how we compute the covariance matrix using a copula fit. And so once you compute the covariance matrix, it's a large size. There's a lot of data. It takes hours to build. And once it's computed, you can put it on the hard disk. You can repeatedly use it until your next update. And then step 3 to 5 on the previous slide can be run very quickly. So this essentially is a very practical, implementable way to generate scenarios. Next slide, please. I have some more description on step 3. I'm thinking about time, so I will not, because this slides will be made available to you. If you want to look into how we do step 3, there's some more descriptions about it. And we also calculate the probability for each scenario. You know that in the continuous space, each sample point has 0 probability, right? So we estimate the probability by taking the probability density function value and normalize it. So it gives us an approximation of the likelihood of each scenario from occurring. Yeah, and how we do the correlation matrix calculation and the Cholesky decomposition to transform the variables and so on. So that's essentially the application aspect of a pretty much a standard procedure how it's done for a practical system. Next slide, please. Some examples of the results. To the left is the scenarios. So if we print like 1,000 scenarios, you probably won't be able to have an idea to be able to differentiate where the scenarios, and there's a lot of waste of ink. So we use 100 scenarios to give an illustration. So the solar scenarios, they pretty much follow the forecast spread, right? The actual SCADA measurements is off. So it's a problem with the forecast model. So we wish that SCADA, the red line, be somewhere close to the 50 percentile forecast. Now the wind forecast to the right, you see the individual scenarios. Those are scenarios. Essentially, the correlation, the hour-to-hour correlation, reflect historical patterns, and it does follow the general trend of the percentile forecast of wind. Next slide, please. This is for 2 nearby plants, wind plants. You can see the actual SCADA measurements is off. But the scenarios generated are mostly respecting the forecast probabilistic spread. But we do have scenarios that are close to the actual SCADA output, right? So that way, if we generate, let's say, 1,000 scenarios or 10,000 scenarios, we can probably we'll have some scenarios that will allow us to study what actually would happen down in reality. Next slide, please. Yeah, 2 distant wind units. They're affected by the topographical condition around how the plants are built. On which side of the hill and what direction the wind is blowing, and so on. So these are not quite the same, but then the scenarios generated for them. Next slide, please. 2 random solar plants, right? So ISO England is not a large area, so usually the sun comes up, and on a sunny day, you probably can expect to see something like this. Next slide. Yeah, so modeling challenges. Gaussian cupola is good. It is quite good, so you can use it. But if you want to get more precise to study, to improve the model, you can consider other cupola types, especially the non-symmetrical cupolas, Clayton, Gumbo, Frank. Those cupolas, you can try those. Also, you can try these days, they're vine cupolas models. But those are good concepts to explore. But if you want to apply them to a large-scale model, you have to develop your own program, write your own software for it. And also at ISO New England, our wind forecasts and solar forecasts, as a result of legacy development, we use different vendors. So they use different models for their prediction, even different weather models. So there was a question about whether the results can be used in the same study. But we have come to the reconciliation that as long as the forecast models are accurate, meaning like they're well calibrated and sharp, they can go into the same study. So no matter who does it, as long as they do a good job, we'll use it. All right, so next slide, please. Oh, there should be another slide. No.
That's the last slide.
Oh, no. Okay, that would be the conclusion page. Okay, I'll just speak based on my recollection. So with renewable generation, we know we deal with, yeah, here we go. So we deal with variability and uncertainty. So we have 2-pronged efforts to deal with these issues. We develop well-calibrated and sharp forecast models. Good forecast models are the most important input data. And then we need cost-effective uncertainty mitigation strategy, right? So only looking at worst case scenario, we go from P90 to P90 or P10 to P10 to look at the corner cases is not good enough. We need to have a large number of sample scenarios based on probabilistic forecast. And this work that we have presented is not innovative in the sense that it presents a new methodology, but rather the work is focused on how that algorithm is applied to a practical system to meet operational needs without requiring expensive computational resources. And downstream to this study, we can use the scenarios generated to study fuel security assessment, a unique problem to the New England area. We can also do capacity margin calculation, transmission security assessment, and so on. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Can take some questions. Yes.
I had a question about the quantity of data you're using to actually train and fit the copulas.
Yeah.
I guess with a 3,000 square dimensional
That's right. Yeah.
copula, I guess, how many years are you using? Do you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
concerns?
yeah.
Have you done validation?
Yeah. Very good question. You know that the data that we trained it with was the 2024 SCADA data collected in the year 2024. We did look into how much data is necessarily required to come up with a valid covariance matrix. A year worth of data is pretty good. So, and then, of course, you can run more rows, and the training will take much longer time, and the correlation matrix will be better calibrated. Yeah, but the training takes a long time. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alex Rutkevich, Nuclear Energy Group. I actually have a similar question.
Mm.
How big is a data set you need to differentiate different types of copulas to determine which one performs better?
Yeah.
At the tails of the distribution.
That's right. Yeah. So the behavior of wind, for example, in the winter season versus spring, fall, and summer are different. You you use different data to see different shape. We choose Gaussian cupola because these shapes are not too far away from the Gaussian cupola. But the gumbo cupola, the Archimedean families look to be the best fit for different seasons, and you can even get more granular regions with the wind plants built on top of the hill versus on the side of a hill and the valley, so on. You can do that. But I think the two families I mentioned, the elliptic family that would include Gaussian and T distribution, also the Archimedean families, seems to be adequate. You know. But the Gaussian cupola has very good software support. Almost every major AI package provides good.
I understand.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the easiest one to use. But the question is, I mean, besides like visual inspection, are
That's
there
right.
like formal statistical
Yeah,
tests
Mm-hmm.
that would say, well, that copula structure is actually admitted or rejected with certain confidence?
Yeah. So the general rule of thumb is to look at the bivariate model because these correlations are the matrix is it's about how two either hour to hour or site to site are correlated. You can look if you can inspect. Visual inspection actually does a good job. Yeah, does a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Mingguo. Russ Philbrick, Polaris. Capturing the spatial and temporal correlation is essential. But in the end, when we apply probabilistic methods, we're always going to apply statistical abstraction at some level. You're applying it at kind of closer to the operational level with the power systems data. And we miss much of the physics that we are able to capture if we model things, if we apply that statistical abstraction earlier, like in the weather forecasting stage. What is the benefit of applying it so late in the process when you're still limited by the correlation structures that you can capture?
Yeah.
Why not apply it early in the process to the weather and then use physical modeling to carry it forward to the power system?
Yeah. This is a shortcut. Yeah. So you can do that. You can correlate wind speed, hour-to-hour wind speed. That probably will give you a different perspective. We haven't tried that. Yeah, that's one way to do it. And then you try to use the correlation among the wind speed and solar irradiance to try to come up with the megawatt output. We feel like it's a lot of effort. Whether it will provide you with the benefit, it's questionable. Yeah, but just look at the megawatt output tells you a lot. Historical. Yeah, good thought. It's an alternative approach to it. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you for the presentation. Ignacio Ravena from Lawrence Livermore. How sparse is the copula? Meaning,
say that again.
if you were to take the covariance matrix, how sparse is it?
How sparse? No, it's not sparse. It's
I know it's not sparse in
there's
the
small
sense of
small
sparse,
values.
but there should be
Yeah,
larger components
that's
than
right.
others.
Yeah.
And have you tried to approximate it by a sparse copula?
Not necessary. Just to keep it as is, it can be handled with for ISO New England at least. We don't have thousands of resources to model, so we have altogether realistically 101 wind and solar. We can deal with it and just calculate that matrix in a few hours. Yeah.
All right, we
Hi.
also have some questions online.
Oh.
Right. Ruben, could you ask your question, please?
Yes. What are the stationary properties of your copula estimates? In other words, how stable are your statistical estimates? Are you using the same amount of data regardless of the segment of the copula? Are you using the same amount of history of data regardless of the segment of the copula? In general, what are the statistical properties of your copula?
Yeah, those are all very good questions. In terms of, I think, to generate your copula, what section of the historical data that you use to train your copula? Am I right in interpreting the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So currently we look at season. We look at the seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. We can get more granular than that. Yeah. So we can look at, for example, the individual sites, site-to-site correlation, depending on our study scope. Well, after all, the purpose of using copula is to capture the correlation relationship. We're not sacrificing the marginal distribution. So that's why we go as far as using Gaussian copula, which is a very standard copula, just to capture how they're correlated. And it does a pretty good job. If you look at the correlation matrix for close by plants that are close and plants that are far away from each other, and hour-to-hour correlation, we just inspect the scenarios. They look reasonable. Yeah. But you can get more, you can spend more time and to make the copula models more granular, to train them with different segments of your available data set. You can do that. Yeah.
Other than looking reasonable, have you measured the statistical significance, the stationarity of the copula or not?
We have not. Yeah, that can be done too. Yeah.
Hi, Akshay from Sandia Labs. So I have a two-part question. So my first comment is there are many other methods for the scenario generation kind of work. Why did you particularly choose Copula-based methods, number one? And number two, have you compared it to other methods, like machine learning-based methods like LSTMs, GANs, or traditional methods like ARMA or EMA models?
Yeah. Well, the copula model, so we have the marginal distribution, right? The marginal distribution, and also we need it to reflect the spatial temporal correlation given the marginal distributions. Copula model seems to be the first in line to try with, yeah. And it works. We have it's supported by theory and also by from an implementation perspective, it supports practical implementation. Yeah. There are other ways to do it, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. We have one question online. Ritam, Ritam, can you unmute yourself?
Hello. Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, thanks everyone. A very nice presentation. I had one question. So this is all about scenario generation, and you have used this Copula method. I'm curious to know, for this probabilistic scenario generation, how are you clearing your real-time intraday markets? are you clearing it based upon a stochastic optimization, or you still use a deterministic approach when you are clearing your market?
Yeah, good question. So if the downstream application involves optimization, right? Is that the context of the question? What
Yes.
what do we envision as the next step? I think very naturally, probabilistic optimization, that could be a stochastic optimization, can use the scenarios, but the number of scenarios is quite, data set is quite large, tens of thousands of scenarios. We need to reduce the scenarios. We can apply machine learning method to cluster, to remove redundant scenarios and so on, to reduce it to a manageable size. And there's also a way to use the scenarios in deterministic studies where we can apply statistics to the hourly capacity to generate requirements.
I see. Thank you. Currently, what is ISO New England doing? Is it a deterministic optimization or it's a probabilistic optimization?
Deterministic optimization.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And now we'll be moving on to enhancing SCUC scalability through redundant constraint filtering by Sushant Varghese. Oh, apologies. You can introduce yourself at this point.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Just let the slides come up here. Is this? Okay. All right. I guess they're this size. Good morning, everyone. And thank you again to the FERC staff for continuing to host this. This is by far my favorite conference every year that I go to. Next slide, please. So this year, we're coming with, I'm just going to cover a little bit of background on why we're doing this project this year, and then I'll let Sushant talk about the specifics. Next slide, please. So the way that we currently run our security constrained unit commitment and economic dispatch, our market clearing software, it's an iterative solver where we have each iteration's economic dispatch unit commitment is tested against an AC power flow, both base case and post contingency. And then we use that to obviously to make sure that the schedules don't violate normal operating criteria. So the AC power flow, talk please, introduce yourself. Sorry, there was a, okay, sorry. Okay. So the AC power flow from the ISO network security analysis produces security constraints, which ultimately get passed back to the security constraint economic dispatch and form the basis of the next iteration's optimal schedule. That iteration goes back and forth several times until we ultimately get to a schedule that doesn't violate any base case or post contingencies. This is something that we've had, and implemented late 90s, early 2000s, and it's been working quite well from the NISO's perspective for our energy scheduling. And there's some gremlins and there's some peculiarities, but we've been very good at managing those, and it's something that continues to work very well for us. Next slide, please. So from a workflow perspective, just to drive this point home. So unit commitment up there in the top left corner, we come up with schedules, we pass it to NSA, and network security analysis runs an AC power flow, and we determine whether or not there's any violations. If there's no violations, we're done. If there is, we'll pass that back with what cuts to the unit commitment with updated limits to the right-hand side, and get another set of schedules from unit commitment and economic dispatch. And like I said, this has been happily moving for a number of decades at the NISO. Next slide, please. But then, well, So I can't come here without talking about dynamic reserves. So we've been working on this project. I've spent the last 9,000-ish hours of my life on this project, and it's become very near and dear to my heart. And we, as part of this, we had to extend the model significantly. So the number of constraints that have to be modeled and the number of post-contingency scenarios, and the fact that we, within our architecture, kind of the absolute perfect way to do dynamic reserves is to be able to do, this post-contingency flow to make sure all of the assumptions you're making for reserves, you would have to have like a post-contingency dispatch and confirm the deliverability and everything of all of those reserves. That's not really feasible within the computation time that we have. So we have brought in a ton of constraints and built as much of a single shot, kind of like pseudo linearized OPF as we can. And the solution that we're getting from that is very good. We have spent a tremendous amount of time looking at the solution, confirming the schedules make sense, what we're seeing from a post-contingency perspective, are these reserves where they should be, but that's all, post-analysis time. The downshot is the execution time has exploded, specifically on the day ahead side. RTC and RTD are real-time markets. There's not a lot of variables. There's not a lot of commitment decisions to be made. The performance penalty is really very minimal there, but on the day ahead perspective, it's quite significant. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So looking at that, we know that the existing framework, and if we were to present all of the constraints that we need for dynamic reserves, we can't schedule and get this posted between market close and market post. The 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. window, there's not enough time to do the computation. So we've extended the existing framework, but we've developed a way to look at these constraints because we know many of them are ultimately not applicable to where the optimal solution is, and have been able to develop a methodology that we're going to speak about right now, where we can filter out constraints that are not applicable and spend a small amount of time to reap tremendous rewards on the back end. Several orders of magnitude time saving by using this filtering methodology. Next slide, please. So at a high level, from a problem definition perspective, so we generate a bunch of cuts from the AC power flow, and the current model for dynamic reserves is an additional 1,000 to 4,000 base case or post-contingency power flow constraints that we're developing. And those develop a bunch of auxiliary constraints in the model. So, in many cases, we're expanding 50, 60,000 constraints. And these are not simple, like single variable constraints. Many of them have almost all the generation variables within the system. So they're very large constraints, and they take a lot of time to solve. Solution times were in the 25-minute time frame per iteration. And it takes several iterations, many iterations, to get to a converged solution. We know that many of these cuts are redundant, and identifying them and removing them before we have to pass this over to a commercial solver like Groby to solve the problem both reduces the size of the model file significantly and the execution time. So now I'll pass it over to Sushant to talk a little bit about what the actual solution is.
Next slide, please. You can go to the next one. Okay. All right. Thanks for the introduction, Matt. So the problem that Matt mentioned, the solution we want to come up with is to identify and remove the redundant constraints from the model, specifically the security constraints. And when we talk about redundant constraints from an optimization standpoint, what we're talking about is constraints that don't influence the feasible region. They they can never bind and they do not impact the feasible region. So in this figure, the gray region is a feasible region, and what we call redundant constraints are the constraints marked with the letter A. Our goal is to eliminate those constraints while still maintaining all the other constraints. So we definitely don't want to remove any active constraints, and we also don't want to remove any constraints that are not active but still impact the feasible region. Next slide, please. So the security constraint that comes from NSA is a linear cut. It's of the form, maybe the font is a little small, but the sum of shift factor times the injection from each generator or load should be less than the flow limit. So this is the constraint that gets passed into the SCUC model from NSA. What we're trying to do through our filtering method is to identify an upper bound for the left-hand term. So if we are able to come up with an upper bound that is smaller than the limit defined by this constraint, we can safely eliminate that constraint. We do it in a two-step process. The first step is to come up with an upper bound based on the limits of the gen variable. So we have finite limits for all the variables on the left-hand side. We can leverage that to come up with an upper bound on the left side term itself. And if that's less than the flow limit, we can eliminate those constraints. This is a computationally efficient approach. It's very fast. It gets rid of a lot of constraints. The second method is a little bit more involved. It's a feasibility-based approach. What it does is, again, it also determines an upper bound for the left-hand term, but it leverages the other constraints in the model, including load gen balance, as well as other security constraints. And I'll get into the details in the next slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first, as part of a first step, it is to determine an upper bound on the left-hand side term. So if you, I have a small illustration on the right. So if you consider two generators, both with an upper operating limit of 100 megawatt, and there's a cut that comes from NSA that states G1 plus G2 should be less than 250. We can clearly see that that constraint is never going to bind based on the limits of those generators, and that cut can be eliminated. To sort of, in a more general context, if the shift factors are positive, we can use the upper bounds of the generators to estimate the upper bound. And if the shift factors are all negative, then you can use the lower bound of the generators and loads. But if in most instances, we have shift factors that are both positive and negative. So for positive terms, we would use the upper bound, and for the negative terms, we would use the lower bound. And that would give us an overall upper bound on the left-hand side term. And if that the upper bound that we calculate is less than the limit, we can safely remove that constraint. Next slide, please. Now, for step 2, I'll start off with an illustration. So if you consider 3 cuts that come from NSA, 2G1 plus G2 less than 100, G1 plus 2G2 less than 100, and then G1 plus G2 less than 200. In this specific case, from the figure, you can see that the third constraint, G1 plus G2 is less than or equal to 200, is redundant. Our goal is to use information from the rest of the constraints to identify and eliminate that constraint. So next slide, please. So what we can do is we can use the initial set of constraints and write an LP such that with the objective to maximize the flow on that line. So for the third constraint, what we do is we set that as the objective function. So we're trying to maximize G1 plus G2 subject to the rest of the constraints. So we maintain the rest of the constraints and try to maximize one particular constraint. In this case, you can, if you solve this, you will see that the maximum flow possible is 66.6. So that's the upper bound that we got for the left-hand term, and that is clearly much lower than the limit from the cut itself, which was 200. So this is a redundant constraint, and it can be eliminated. And this process is done for all sets of constraints, and we can eliminate one at a time using this method. Next slide, please. Yeah. So just to put, to put this more formally, our goal is to maximize the objective, which is the flow on a particular line, subject to flow limits on all the other constraints in the model. We also include the upper and lower bounds of all the gens and loads, and we also include the demand balance constraint. So essentially, if we are able to come up with a flow that's more than the limit, then that means we still need to maintain that constraint. But if we get a flow that's less than the limit, while maintaining all the other constraints, we can safely say that that constraint is redundant. In our test case, each LP has about couple of hundred constraints, and it's very fast. It takes a couple of milliseconds to solve, and this process is repeated for all constraints. So we have about 1,000 to 5,000 constraints there, solved in parallel, and this whole process takes about 10 seconds. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so I'll talk through the case study that we did. We had two tests that we did. One is for the algorithm validation, and one is for performance testing. For the validation, we validated the method on the current production SCUC model, as well as the model with the dynamic reserve constraints, which is our, I'm calling it the complex SCUC prototype model. We did 30 production cases from 2025 for the production case, and we did 15 cases from 2024 for the complex SCUC prototype. And we ensure that all the solutions satisfy all sets of original security constraints, and we don't remove any constraint that's not, redundant. Next slide, please. Coming to the results. So if you look at the impact on the number of constraints, on the figure on the right, I'm showing the number of constraints in the model before filtering, after our step 1 filtering, and after our step 2 filtering. So step 1 eliminates about 15% of the constraints. Again, it's a computationally efficient method, so it takes less than 0.1 seconds on average. The second step takes slightly longer. It takes about 10 seconds, but it eliminates the rest. So effectively, after the 2 steps, we eliminate about 80%, more than 80% of the constraints that come from NSA. Next slide, please. But one big advantage that we see here is for each security constraint that comes from NSA, there are multiple auxiliary constraints that are in our SCUC model. So eliminating one constraint actually eliminates multiple constraints within SCUC. So if you look, so eliminating 1,500 constraints effectively eliminates more than 20,000 constraints from the SCUC model, and so we are filtering through a small set, but we are effectively eliminating a much larger set of constraints from our SCUC model. Next slide, please. And finally, coming to the impact on the computation time, we are able to see a significant reduction in the computation time with this approach. We spend about 10 seconds on constraint filtering, but in our test cases, we see over 20 minutes reduction in runtime effectively. So the MIP solver itself takes about 70% less time once we've removed these constraints. There's a huge impact on the data handling because if you have a lot of constraints, the ample model and all of the associated data handling takes up a lot of time just because you need to write out a lot of files. All of that time is saved. And finally, so if you add it all up here, you see more than 75% reduction in solution time with our method. Next slide, please. Yeah, and just to summarize what we've worked on here, NISO's network security analysis comes up with a large number of security constraints, of which we've identified many are redundant. And we developed a 2-stage constraint filtering method that leverages the problem structure to identify and eliminate those constraints. We validated it on NISO's production system, as well as a computationally complex SCUC prototype, which has our dynamic reserve constraints, which also ensure reserve deliverability. Finally, we see our results show that there's a more than 80% reduction in the number of security constraints, more than 75% reduction in solution time for our SCUC cases. So effectively, 10 seconds saves us more than 20 minutes. There is no impact on the solution quality for the production or the complex SCUC prototypes because we are only eliminating redundant constraints. And this method should allow us to enable to scale towards much more complex SCUC models. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Hi, Norm Richardson with Yes Energy. Can you talk a little bit more about the auxiliary constraints? I believe you said for each redundant constraint, you had maybe like hundreds of auxiliary constraints. And do you think it's the presence of those auxiliary constraints that makes this approach worthwhile?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes. So each security constraint does add a couple of dozen auxiliary constraints, and they're to handle generator outages. So each security constraint has associated generator outages that are modeled in SCUC. So each constraint gets multiplied by a factor, and that's why we see the a huge benefit, because eliminating 1,500 constraints might not have the same effect as eliminating 20,000. And these are the sort of complicating constraints in the model that have a huge impact on the solution time compared to typical constraints.
Good morning, Pablo Ruiz, Nuguit in the Broward Group. Quick question, how do you generate the constraints to begin with before you filtering them? In other words, is it the full n-1 for every monitor element, which that would seem too much compared to the number that you provided?
Yeah, so with our existing with the existing energy scheduling, there's a bunch of heuristics that determine, you have all your secured facilities, and we have a couple thousand contingencies that we model, and we have heuristics today for the energy scheduling that says, okay, let's try and find the umbrella constraint or the worst constraint, and we cut those right out of the gate from the energy scheduling. For dynamic reserves, we've had to move more to a single shot where we are actually developing against all the secured facilities any contingency that develops a post-contingency. We look at all of that and pass that to the model. That's one of the reasons why with the single shot model, the execution time has exploded. We needed a better way to be able to always see everything and then not rely on heuristics because they missed possibly, binding constraints. So we had to use, this method in order to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Russ Philbrick, Polaris Systems Optimization. I was interested in your description of AC power flow being part of the process and the constraints that you were taking from that to feed into the DCOPF. Can you describe what those constraints are and how you define them from the ACOPF?
So the existing methodology that we've been using is, we linearize through shift factors, energy variables, but every iteration goes and we calculate a full AC power flow and calculate the post-contingency, either base case or post-contingency flows, and develop a linearized constraint that comes to unit commitment as part of the decomposition, right? So we would get all of your energy variables times shift factors would be less than a linearized power flow AC constraint. So that is, there's some papers I can refer you to on that process that we use today, but it's very close to an ACOPF, but it's not a single shot. It's an iterative ACOPF that we use today.
So Yumao from DRW. I have one quick question regarding the step one. So you're using I'm assuming you're using the generator shift factor to calculate the possible upper bound and then compare to the limit, right? How did you deal with any low shedding cases? Because I'm assuming you're using a fixed demand injection, and with a fixed demand injection, you are okay, when you're calculating the GSF, multiply the generator capacity, okay, you get the upper bound. But when the load changes, right, you may find the upper bound you calculated may or may not necessarily be true.
Yeah. So what we do is in that specific constraint, we have both load as well as gen variables, and we use the upper and lower bounds for both. And in addition, we also relax the lower bounds so if you have a generator outage or if a generator shuts down, all of that is taken into account. So we update the lower bound to be between 0 to its upper operating limit. And if it's a negative value, we allow it to go from negative lower bound to its upper bound, which we relax to 0. So we have a much more conservative range. So if a generator trips, if a generator shuts down, if a load is shed, all of those instances are also taken into account.
And when you calculate for DA, I'm assuming you're calculating 24 snapshots, right? Are you using a single Slack bus, or you are using a distributed Slack bus?
We are using a single Slack bus.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Ritam, if you could please speak up 1 second.
Sure. Thank you. Very nice presentation again. So this is Ritam. I'm from GE Vernova Research in upstate New York. Very interesting presentation on the constraint filtering and identifying non-binding constraints. I am curious to know, when you were adding, you gave an example of the generated contingencies, right? I'm wondering, for transmission contingencies, NSA will do the security assessment, and if there is a violation, it will send the shift factors for that contingency to the next SCUC, to the network constraint unit commitment. Can those transmission flow constraints that are detected by NSA can become non-binding for transmission contingencies? In my mind, I'm assuming they will never be non-binding because they are violating in NSA. Am I correct?
Okay, yeah, so good question. So the idea is, within NSA, you don't have the rest of the security constraints, but when you go to our SCUC model, we have a bunch of security constraints. So it might be possible that if for one security constraint to be violated, another one should also be violated. So if you think of a line in series with another, right? So only if one gets overloaded, the other one can get overloaded. So something similar happens here. So what we do here is, only if certain security constraints are violated will other ones be violated. So the ones that are supersede other constraints, we keep those, but we eliminate the redundant ones. So unless another constraint is violated, this particular constraint is not going to be violated. So that's the idea.
Okay, thank you.
Felix Wang from Great Insights. I have a two-part question. First is, I think this is a great application for day-ahead market. Can you explain a little bit, what's the potential use for real time? Although I think probably you don't need to run complicated SCUC in the real time, but seems like, filter some additional constraint will help. Second part is, I think, as all the other ISO-ITO, you're gonna have a lot of battery coming in. So what's your expectation when you have like additional 100 battery units in your day ahead in real time? What's the potential challenge, and what's this methodology gonna apply or help in that scenario? Thanks.
Okay, I can take the first one, and then I think I'll let Matt answer the second one. So for the for the day ahead versus real time case, so this is a solution to a problem which is caused by large model. So we for the day ahead model, we specifically see an issue with it taking too long to solve. So that's why we need to bring out the tools to do the filtering and things like that. But if your model is already fairly quick, which is the case for the current model, which I believe is the case for real time as well, you would not necessarily need this. But if there, as and when you add more constraints and you make your unit commitment model more complex, you might have to start looking into methods like this to improve computation time.
Thanks. And I guess on the battery energy storage, we see applications, the pre-screening or pre-solve on the commercial solvers, obviously it doesn't know as much as we know about a particular model. And really, kind of the key point here is we found that there are potentially many applications where if you know more about the model, we can do this type of pre-solving in order to simplify it and build a much more complex model, and then be able to solve it in a reasonable amount of time. So this is, I think, one of these fundamental technologies that we expect to be able to apply to other areas now. as a foundational basis.
Yeah, understood. Just following up on that, like right now, I think the approach is you still trying to fit as much transmission constraint in the model as possible. You didn't miss anything, right? Based on the current methodology. So maybe just a recommendation is maybe we can try, let's miss something, and then we just test those ones, see whether or not we may miss it. Maybe that's what we were doing before.
Well, today with the heuristic, we do miss, which is why you have more iterations. We found, and I think you last year we presented that with dynamic reserves as the single shot where you show all of the constraints all the time, our number of iterations has reduced because you see everything. So we see this being extensible too to existing energy scheduling, where you can show more of your constraints and rely less on the heuristics because you have a different way to filter those constraints in order to see things that are all of the ones that are valid versus a heuristic subset.
Thank you very much.
And just to add to that, right now, this method ensures that we don't eliminate, there are theoretical guarantees that we don't eliminate any redundant constraints, but we've also explored methods which identify constraints that are effective, effectively won't bind the majority of the time and implement that as lazy constraints. So when you go into the model, those constraints are still there, but they are, dormant until there's a feasibility. So that can improve computation ML. So we've tested some methods like that as well.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, we have to move on to the next presentation. But please feel
Thank
free
you.
to follow up with our staff. Sorry, I hate to interrupt a good conversation, but we have to move on to our last presenter of the session. That will be Dr. Pengwei Du from ERCOT, presenting long-term system assessment results for the ERCOT grid. And that will be a virtual presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Can someone confirm you can see my screen right now?
We can see your screen, Dr. Du.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Yeah, good morning. My name is Pengwei from ERCOT. First of all, thank you, FERC, for organizing this great conference for past 16 years. Definitely, this is exactly what the industry need to have this great opportunity to come together to discuss those most pressing problems and challenges. So this morning, we have heard from the New England ISO and the New York ISO about their solution to deal with uncertainties and also to solve the pressing size problem of this. They had a market solution. Looking forward, those challenges will not go away. They will be only compounded for the future. This is exactly why we need to do those long-term system assessment study. Other regions are already in the process of implementing those new long-term system study process to comply with FERC order 1920. At ERCOT, we have this biannual process to study those for the long-term horizon. This not only provide those good insights to inform those policy recommendations, but also help understand what we need to do to make sure the future grid is reliable and efficient. Here is who we are. We are electric island system. We only have very limited DC interconnection capacity with our neighbors. So this means we have to rely on our internal resources to balance between the demand and the generation resources. Our peak load occurred on August 10, 2023 is about 85,000 megawatt. On the right of the graph, you see the highlight of the installed capacity for the wind, solar, and batteries. So the penetration of those IBR technologies continue to increase. And also one thing you notice is in 2024 alone, ERCOT endorsed the transmission project with a dollar value approximated at $3.8 billion. So Public Utility Commission of Texas just recently approved to build out the first 765 kV transmission lines at the ERCOT region. So we expect the very heavy investment in the transmission infrastructure will be continued in the future. This is exactly what we need because we need those transmission projects to bring those power from where it's produced to where it's consumed. And also it helps us to reduce congestion costs. So this is one indicator about whether market is efficient or not. If we look at those generation trend in ERCOT, what has happened in the past 20 years? On the most right side, you see the coal retiring and also gas steam drop significantly to current level, about 11,000 megawatt. In the middle, you see around 2010, this is a sharp increase in this gas combined cycle units. And when we move to the 2010, you see those wind installed capacity significant increase. And around those 2020, the solar generation resources were adopted in the very rapid pace. And most recently, in the past 3 years, energy storage, especially batteries, increased significantly. Most of those storage connected to the ERCOT grid have very limited energy duration, with less than 2 hours energy duration. So this presents a big challenge for us, and to think about how can we utilize those energy storages to improve our efficiency and also enhance our grid reliability. If we look at those system planning queue, as we speak today, we have this total amount of those 400,000 megawatt generation resources showing up in the planning queue. It doesn't mean every megawatt of those resources you are seeing here will be eventually to build out. But from this graph, you see the trend for those resources coming to ERCOT grid. For those battery resources, it has a total amount about 173,000 megawatt. And also for the solar, it's has a grouped aggregation of the 158,000 megawatt. And for those gas units, and so those units are flexible, they're dispatchable resources, and so we see about 30 gigawatt, 30,000 megawatt of the gas units. We expect some of those will be materialized and come to the grid. And also, in the ERCOT region, we have this called Texas Energy Fund, TEF, which provides the incentive financially to those gas units, and if they want to build and connect it to the ERCOT region. So if we think about all this evolution of the resource side, so it definitely will bring tons of the challenge to us. We need to think about how we need to maintain the grid reliability, keep the light on, and how we can think about the future, and especially for the next 15 years, operate their plan grid like this. So we have those called the long-term system assessment process. The fundamental goal is to analyze the future scenarios so we can account those inherent uncertainty in the planning process, especially beyond the 60 years. So it has several pillars in this study process, and we start from the scenario development, and basically to capture those uncertainty in the future, we develop those multiple scenarios, and basically to consider what is the fundamental driver for those resources come to ERCOT, and what is the load demand growth, and put those together to build those scenarios we want to study. Once we have those key assumptions made for those long-term system assessment study, and basically we need to develop those future generation capacity expansion and retire plan. So this is where we run those generation capacity expansion study. It is 8, 7, 60 hours, basically dispatch for the generation resources for the next 15 years. So it's a very computation intensive, and also as we continue to integrate those emerging technologies, like those price responsive load and also batteries, we need to continue to expand our model, make sure we can model those behaviors correctly. And then we move to the next phase and to identify the key condition paths, because this prevents us from using those most efficient, most economic efficient generation resources to serve load. So basically we look at where we can build those transmission lines and to improve those economic benefit. Last year also we adopted the new economic system planning criteria. So we will evaluate those cost saving, not only for those society perspective, basically in the measurement of those production cost saving, but also look at the savings from the consumer's perspective, because the consumers bear all those costs for paying those the cost for those construction of the new transmission lines. Basically, we come down to the 3 scenarios, and so the key here is as we continue to see the large load growth, we need to consider the impact of the increasing large load in the ERCOT system. Also, in the past, we only consider those load resources with the interconnection agreement, but those the new House Bill 5066 completely changed the paradigm, because it required ERCOT to consider prospective load, which in the process of seeking the interconnection, but have not signed the interconnection agreement. So here it is a projection of those large load for the future. So you can see this blue bars represent the current trend if we assume theta Q, but on top of this, we have reached out to the TSPs and work with them to collect all those data we need to forecast this load demand growth. So you can see for the light load adoption and also high load growth and environment regulation scenarios. So by the year 2039, the peak load demand can be closer to those 200,000 megawatts. So it's almost more than double amount of the peak load that we have seen in the past. So it's a very significant growth, and we need to basically a plan for the future. And given those load growth, how can we put together those load resources and build those infrastructure for the transmission lines to serve those load demand? So here's basically key assumption going to the amount. I will not go into details. Also, this is the capital cost for this one. Basically, is we consider all those technology available to us, and the combined cycle, and nuclear and wind solar resources and battery storage with different those energy duration from the 2 hours, 4 hours to the 8 hours. And also another key aspect that we need to consider is the price response node. So we have seen those some the crypto data mine node, they can respond to the price. So it means for those certain nodes, if price is high, is too high, if this node, they will not pay those prices to consume the energy. So basically, we went back and examined this past data and also issue survey to those entities operating those this price response node. So basically, we determine what is the strike price. So strike price is the price the node is willing to pay to consume the energy. So here it is this current strike price we are used in our system planning study. We assume 60% of this the price responsive load will be curtailed as this $100 per megawatt hour, and the 30% of this price responsive load will respond to the price at the 200 megawatt hour. And the remaining part, this rest of this 10% of this price responsive node will curtail as the $1,000 per megawatt hour. So this is basically needed to be modeled and simulate their behavior, especially they need to be part of this optimization clear engine, and this basically to simulate the response and to the price. So this price can be pushed high either because of the system lambda, the marginal price offer from the margin units, or this could be some result of those local congestion problems. So definitely we have seen some trend basically consistent with what we have observed from this system interconnection queue right now, because in the system planning queue, about over 8% of those new resources in the planning queue are either the solar or those batteries. So not surprisingly, and because if we consider the economics of those the new resources like the solar and those batteries, and definitely they have the edge over other resources. So the one first observation is we need the large amount of the wind, solar, the batteries, and also the natural gas resources to replace retired coal and the natural gas generation capacity and meet the significant load growth. So you see how much generation capacity we need by year 2039 for those three scenarios. Not surprisingly, for those high large load adoption and those high load growth and environmental regulation scenarios, the amount that we need for those generation capacity is almost doubled compared to current trend. And so you see this is this utility solar resources and those batteries. So for the different scenarios, you see the combination of different resources. So one thing is for all those new solar resources, they are connected at the utility scale. Why we see some increase in the rooftop PV, but basically the most of the solar resources coming to ERCOT are utility scale. And here is the
Hi, Dr. Zhao. You have 2 minutes remaining. Just wanted to
Okay.
flag that for you.
Sure. Thank you for your time, Chair. So here is a breakdown for the capacity addition And one thing I want to bring to your attention is how this tremendous growth in these batteries can change the operation in the future. So you can see this is the blue dot. It is the net load plus battery charging and discharging. So it really pushes those later peak demand to those the very late hours and also during the middle of the day, and battery can take this opportunity to be charged. And also you see those what is the average discharging pattern in the summer for different scenarios. So basically because the significant growth in this low demand and also large penetration of the solar. So every day after the sunlight, we need to use those batteries to ride through those transition until the midnight. So these batteries will be used as a critical asset for us to maintain, improve the grid reliability. And also the battery solution is not the perfect because it need to be charged, make sure it has sufficient juice to be used later. This is one scenario we have seen for those similar weather condition to 2011 weather year. So because the load will stay with at a very high level for the winter season. So you see there's will be some days and also certain time windows. Batteries do not have this right time window to be charged. So this is really a challenge to us. So we need to think about for that period of time, especially it lasts for certain several days. How can we use the battery? And so this is a challenge we want to continue to think about for the future. I think this concludes my presentations. I will be very happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Du. We'll switch to questions in the room first.
Hi, thank you so much. That was really interesting. For the strike prices, can you just elaborate on that distribution of the different percentages? Does that mean that the majority of those customers, if given the opportunity, are most price sensitive?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Not every load is price responsive, and some of the load may have this of the maximum to response to the price. First one is whether they have this maximum and they can basically shut it down or turn off some of this load at the side. And the second one is whether they are willing to do and whether we think the benefit from curtailing this to award the payment for the high price is worthwhile. And otherwise, if they have this very good business, they don't want to interrupt their normal business model process in order to return for those the benefit from the curtailment of the energy consumption. So it is the aggregated behavior modeling. So if we look at those individual side or this node, definitely each node may have this variation in what the level of the response they have provided to ERCOT. So at the system level, when we look at those aggregation behavior, this is a strike price we come up with. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Du, this is Felix Wang from Great Insights. My question is still about load modeling in your study. So the question is two-part. First part is, what's the percentage of current ERCOT, load is quantified as a controllable load resource, which is they can be, they set a nodal price, and what kind of percentage of that you are using for your price sensitive load. Second part is that, can you comment a little bit about the newly, signed into law, the Senate Bill 6, which I think will have huge impact on, the large load data center or crypto coming to ERCOT. If you have to do this study one more time using the information you got for the SB6, will you have a more optimistic future about load interconnection or load addition, or the opposite?
Yeah, first, thank you very much for your question. So for the first one, basically controllable load COR is different from the price responsive load we are modeling here. So COR is fully participating in the SCADA. So they provide the offer and get those clear price, very similar to the generator. So this means every 5 minutes they got those base point. So those COR needed to ramp up or ramp down to follow those base point. Similar to those generation dispatch. But this price responsive load we are modeling here is different in the sense it sit there and observe what is the price and then decide whether they want to respond to this price. So right now we open this market, so we have implemented the system changes to allow the COR to participate in this in our SCADA market. I don't have this exact number, but the total amount of COR participating in the market, it is still not significant. But here we are talking about very significant those price responsive load here, about 5,000 or 6,000 megawatt. So this is the reason why we want to model in our system planning studies. So for your second question, the Senate Bill 6, I think it basically it has some key components which could impact those how this large load are connected to the ERCOT system. So first one is it requires some financial deposit and really transparency in the interconnection process. So basically, it helps us to improve our load forecast quality. And the second one is basically during those grid emergency, they can be curtailed. And so we are still in the process of observing how this can potentially change those load interconnection request for the ERCOT. So we cannot say whether it will be go down and go up, definitely, but definitely we will observe the trend and make sure we can capture those in our model.
Hi, this is Otri from Sandia Labs. So my question is, have you considered the tax credits in your expansion planning model? And with the tax credits being rolled back in the new bill, how do you think your generation mix is going to be affected over the next 15 years, or the horizon that you have considered in your study?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I think so. This is the uncertainty we need to consider. Basically, there's a few drivers for the future. One is the technology. For example, those smart nuclear reactor, this module. So this can be one of these technologies come to the grid in the future. And also there's some impact of policy and the Senate Bill 6, and also recently ERCOT adopted those reliability requirement. Basically, all those could potentially impact those the future generation resource mix. So So this is the reason why we think it's critical to use those scenario-based the approach to capture all those uncertainties and know what is the impact of those each driver, to understand those drivers impact in the magnitude and also the timing. And because those different technology like those wind solar batteries, they have completely different characteristics, and also they can be collected at the different locations, significantly impact the future transmission need. So we have to capture this. So it doesn't means we want to capture everything in the long-term system planning study. So the intention or main purpose of long-term system planning is to provide some high-level guidance for the near-term or short-term system planning. So we know basically for those longer time horizon, what is the more optimal solution, because for the short-term solutions we may come up with, we more focus on next 3 or 5 years. It may be the piecemeal solution, and so we need to consider all those trends for the next 10 or 15 years. So we can basically bring some study result to inform those short-term solutions and make sure overall we can build those the solution not only address the immediate need, but also over long term, it is the best for the grid and for the consumers.
Thank you, Dr. Du. That concludes our time for the first series of session, T1, and we'll be back with session T2 at 11:15. So please feel free to take a break or follow up with your favorite presenter from the last session. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back at 11:15.
Thank you all for joining session T2 today. My name is Alex Smith. I'm a member of staff at the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation here at FERC, and really excited to have you all joining us. We're going to start things off with a presenter from CAISO, Haifeng Liu. Haifeng will be presenting on pricing compounded congestion from multiple contingencies in California ISO's markets. Is Haifeng in the room? Yes, please step forward. Please make sure you're speaking adjusted.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Haifeng Liu from California ISO. Today, I'm going to present pricing compounded congestion from multiple contingencies in California ISO's market. Before my presentation, I'd like to share a joke with you. Why did the transmission line go to therapy? The answer is because it had too much congestion and could not express itself properly. Well, my presentation today is all about transmission congestion. This work was done in collaboration with Dr. Feng Zhang, Dr. Guillermo Bautista Alderati, and Dr. Khaled Abdul Rahman from California ISO. Next slide, please. California ISO operates the wholesale electricity market in the West and ensures reliable operation of the transmission system. The market enforces security constraints to help achieve this goal. Today, I'm going to present a new approach to address compounded congestion pricing from multiple contingencies. Next slide, please. So security constraints are enforced under two key system conditions. There are normal operating system condition and contingency scenarios. The market enforces security constraints to protect the power system in the event of a contingency. A contingency can involve the loss of another transmission facility. One transmission element typically can be associated with multiple contingencies, and all those contingencies are enforced in the market. All the enforced contingencies are considered equally without regard to relative impact. Next slide, please. So each market has two optimization runs. The first optimization run is called a scheduling run, and the second optimization run is pricing run. The market optimization problem may not have a feasible solution without adjusting resource schedules or relaxing transmission constraints. So the scheduling run performs uneconomic adjustment of resource schedules and relaxes transmission constraints to achieve a feasible solution based on different priorities. And the different priorities have different penalty prices in the optimization. The result of the scheduling run provides a starting point for the subsequent pricing run. In the end, the pricing run uses prices based on the bid cap and the floor to clear the market at economically reasonable prices. Next slide. So a transmission constraint can be relaxed in the scheduling run. Penalty prices are used to determine the relaxation of transmission constraint versus adjusting supply and demand bids to relieve congestion on a binding constraint in the scheduling run. In the real-time market, the penalty price is set to $1,500 per megawatt hour for transmission constraint relaxation based on the $1,000 bid cap. When the cost of redispatching resources to relieve congestion exceeds the penalty price, the market software will choose to relax transmission constraints. When a flow gate is relaxed under multiple contingencies in the scheduling run, a high compounded congestion price can result due to the application of the penalty prices from multiple contingencies. Let's move on to the next slide. So here is a simplified version of the market optimization problem. The market optimization is to minimize the total cost. The total cost has two components. The first part is the total bidding cost, represented by the cost function C. And the second part represents the total penalty cost. It's the penalty price P times the slack variable SKN. So the slack variable S indicates the amount of transmission constraint relaxation. So for each flow gate K and contingency N, there's a slack variable. Whenever a flow gate constraint under contingency is relaxed, the slack variable S gets positive value and adds a large cost to the object function. The first equality constraint is power balance constraint, supply equal to demand. And the second constraint is an inequality constraint. It means the flow on a transmission line should be less than or equal to its limit plus a slack variable for all monitored flow gates K and the contingencies N. Let's move to the next slide. So here's a numerical example based on the optimization formulation I just went over. In this example, a flow gate is relaxed under 9 contingencies in the scheduling run in a 15-minute market. The schedule price of each relaxed contingency is $1,500 per megawatt hour for each contingency. So the total schedule price of the relaxed contingencies is 9 times the penalty price of $1,500, which is equal to $13,500 per megawatt hour in the scheduling run, just for one monitor flow gate. And the schedule price of the transmission constraint is $9,000 in the pricing run, and it's set by a marginal resource with -3% shift factor. So let me go through the steps with you to verify the $9,000 schedule price in the pricing run, which is financially binding. So in this case, the marginal resource has $320 economic bid. So by definition, the marginal resource LMP is equal to its bid. So the LMP is equal to $320. LMP has 3 components. The first component is the system marginal energy cost, SMEC. In this case, it's equal to $50. And the second component is marginal cost of congestion. The last one is marginal cost of losses. In this case, it's 0. Therefore, we can calculate marginal cost of congestion as LMP $320 minus system marginal energy cost $50 minus 0 marginal cost of losses. So in the end, the marginal cost of congestion is equal to $270. The schedule price of a binding constraint is equal to the marginal cost of congestion divided by shift factor. So in this case, it's equal to 270 divided by 3%. We get $9,000 per megawatt hour in the pricing run for the binding flow gate constraint in this case. Let's move on to the next slide. So in this case, the extreme high congestion schedule price and the inefficient resource award are caused by the application of the penalty price of $150,000 on the same flow gate 9 times in the scheduling run. It's the same flow gate for under 9 different contingencies. Let's move on to the next slide. So the California ISO plans to enhance the pricing mechanism to handle this situation under multiple contingencies. Using the similar optimization formulation, instead of having a separate slack variable for each monitored flow gate K and contingency N, the enhancement will use a single common slack variable SK in the optimization. The change will be reflected in both the object function and in the transmission constraint. So instead of seeing SKN, here we only have SK. So for each monitored flow gate K, we have one single slack variable, SK. As a result of this change, the market optimization will only price the most severe contingency for a flow gate at the penalty price in the scheduling run. Let's move on to the next slide. So for the same numerical example, a flow gate is relaxed under 9 contingencies in the scheduling run. And in this case, the schedule price of the most severe contingency is $1,500, which is equal to the penalty price of relaxing transmission constraint in the scheduling run. It remains the same, but the difference is the schedule price of the remaining 8 relaxed contingencies is all 0. Therefore, the total schedule price of all the relaxed contingencies is $1,500 in the scheduling run with the change. Let's move on to the next slide. So we can calculate the schedule price of the binding transmission constraint as $1,200 instead of $9,000 in the previous example. in the pricing run. And this time, the $1,200 shuttle price is set by a marginal resource with negative 10% shift factor. And we can use the same steps to verify the $1,200 shuttle price in the pricing run based on the marginal resource bid and the LMP decomposition. So this enhancement addresses the extreme shuttle price and the inefficient resource award by pricing the most severe contingency in the scheduling run. Next slide, please. So here is the summary. The new approach has the following benefits. First, it will address the compounded congestion pricing effect caused by simultaneous relaxation of transmission constraints across multiple contingencies. Second, it will increase market efficiency and transparency. And last, all credible contingencies identified in operations study will continue to be enforced in the market. That's all of my presentation. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Thank you, Haifeng. We'll now turn to questions from our in-person and virtual audience. Virtual audience members, if you could please submit your questions to the Q&A feature. And in-person audience members, both actually in-person and virtual audience members, please introduce yourself before asking a question. Thank you. Looks like we got some questions in the room.
Thank you, Russ Philbrick, Polaris Systems Optimization. I'm puzzled at the problem that you're trying to focus on because it seems that you have two issues that you should be addressing without worrying about the specific implementation. The first is violations of the constraints in the first place. You've got presumably physical infeasibilities that are occurring on the transmission lines. And I know the transmission limits are very fuzzy. And so therefore you do play with them quite a bit, but there's other ways. You probably don't want to model them as violations. With a high violation price, you want to recognize that they have more flexibility. And the other is that you're enforcing many contingencies for the same monitored element. In practice, there's only one monitored element, one contingency that is the most significant for each monitored element. On rare occasions, you might see two, and that would also reduce your problems. So just wonder if you could comment on those two issues and why you're not addressing those instead.
Sure. Good questions, right? For the second question, operation engineers identify credible contingencies, and then market takes the set of contingencies they identified, and under some stress conditions, a transmission line can be overloaded under multiple contingencies, and those contingencies could be nearby, close to each other, and we don't know ahead of time, right? But I understand, and normally, in operations, operators monitor the most severe contingency based on real-time contingency analysis. It's still true, but in the market, sometimes under stressed conditions, a transmission line can be overloaded under multiple contingencies. So that's what we saw in the market. So instead of manually identifying the most limiting contingency, we like to, for the market to automatically select the most severe contingency in the optimization. And another extreme case is, for example, a transmission line is overloaded under the normal condition, and some transmission lines have same normal limit, base case limit, and a contingency limit. In that case, it does not matter. It's already overloaded in the normal conditions. So, for example, if the market has 50 contingencies, the same transmission line will be overloaded 50 times for all the other contingencies, right? That's the extreme case we would also like to address. For your first question, related to the limit, right? So it's also a little bit related to what I just mentioned about credible contingencies, most limiting contingencies, and our operators do have a tool in their toolbox, and to manage congestion and by manual dispatch, for example. And but on the other hand, we like the market to send out economic signal when under stress condition, a transmission line could be overloaded under multiple contingencies. Does that answer your question?
So in that last, you primarily mean real-time operations as opposed to day-ahead operations?
Yes, real-time. This is mainly for real-time, and 15-minute market. The market has a limited set of resources to commit to ramp, so it's much worse than the day-ahead market.
Zhao Yumeng from DRW. I just have two quick questions. First, it's what's the definition of flow gate in CAISO? Is it just any monitor element? Second question, it's there is one thing that you mentioned. Yes, just one question. Sorry.
Yeah, just let me know, for the second question whenever you remember. Yes, a flow gate means a transmission facility such as a transmission line, transformer. In the West, we have a lot of series capacitors installed on long-distance transmission lines. So could it be a series capacitor?
I say, when will this new approach be effective?
Currently, we are still in the stakeholder process. So it will be implemented after we make a BPM change.
Thanks.
Hi, Celine from Newton Energy Group. I actually was going to ask what Russ asked, which is if this is only done in real time. My follow-up question is, in that case, is there any concern or do you have any comments on the potential inconsistencies that can cause between day-ahead and real time applying this mitigation of compounding impact?
Sure. The root cause of the issue happens usually in real time. But for consistency, our plan is to also implement the change in day-ahead also. But usually in day-ahead, the optimization has 24 hours, right? It has more flexibility to turn on and off resources, and usually we don't see this kind of compounded congestion in day-ahead. But for consistency, the plan is to also implement the change in day-ahead also.
Ruiz, Nugget and the Broward Group. This is certainly a relevant problem that you're tackling. I can see it happening, have observed it happening in a number of RTOs. And usually when, going back to Russ's question, when different constraints, different contingencies are limiting, it could be driven by different outage patterns or other things that change. So you do want to model multiple contingencies. I wanted to call out that the same or very similar issue could happen with different monitor facilities, even those that are not in series, but it could have a positive correlation of flows. We have seen violations on multiple constraints, but very cool trick that you are proposing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we also saw those situations, right? So this case is one monitored element with respect to multiple contingencies, and we also, could be another flow gate with, different sets of contingencies, right? And there could be interaction. Yes, and the optimization will automatically consider the interaction there, because in the first inequality transmission constraint, right, we include all the monitored elements over all the contingencies. So the optimization will automatically find an optimal solution considering all the interactions between different flow gates and different contingencies.
Thanks, everyone. We still have no online questions. Are there any further questions in the room? We have a little bit of time left. Going once, going twice. All right, if none, let's thank our speaker one more time.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to our next presenter, who will be Feng Zhao from ISO New England. Will be presenting on MRI-based capacity accreditation, interpretation, and properties. Feng, step forward, please. Just make sure to speak.
Rob, can we get the slides up, please?
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Feng Zhao from ISO New England. So today I will present the MRI-based capacity accreditation, which is being implemented in ISO New England. And I'm going to focus on these accreditation methods, interpretation, and associated properties. And I will also compare this accreditation method with some other accreditation methods that you probably see. Next slide, please. So this slide just a very kind of high-level summary of the MI-based accreditation. MI stands for marginal reliability impact. So the first equation on this slide gives kind of the mathematical definition of marginal reliability impact. So we do use the expected unserved energy as the reliability metric. So the marginal impact is basically a partial derivative. So what it represents mathematically is just saying that if a resource increase a little bit, how it may affect the system reliability, which is measured in unserved energy. So the accreditation value of a resource I is the second formula on the screen. We call it MI capacity. So basically, it's like a capacity CI, which represents it's a physical measure of the size of the unit multiplied by a so-called relative MI. So we do have a reference, which is a perfect capacity MI. So it's a same MI definition, but it applies to perfect capacity. So in other words, if you increase a perfect capacity resource, which is always available all the time, by 1 megawatt, what would be the system reliability impact? So that's MI perfect, which will be used as a you can think of it as a normalization factor. So so the ratio of a resource MI value to this reference value basically gives you the relative MI or RMI, and multiplied by the size of the unit gives you the accreditation value of this resource. Next slide, please. So here is a outline of my presentation. So in the next few slides, I will talk about the interpretation of this MI and MI-based accreditation value. And then I will introduce some interesting properties as a result of this accreditation method. And then I will compare this MI-based accreditation to installed capacity, so-called ICAP, and UCAP, and average and marginal ELCC. These are the methods are either implemented prior to the recent capacity accreditation reforms, or those are proposed by some other regions. And then I will conclude this presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is some interpretation of the MI and MI-based capacity accreditation. So how do we look at understand like these kind of mathematical kind of marginal value or partial derivative, right? So so the idea is that you think about the marginal impact, system impact of a resource in terms of its how it affects the system unserved energy. Basically, it's it's a sum of the loss of load or expected loss of load over the hours of the planning period. So this accreditation is basically for a planning period, typically a year or a season, depending on the period that planning is looking at. So then we can start with thinking about defining so-called MI hours intuitively. So because not all hours will have loss of load, right? So some hours may have plenty of capacity, and then you think about you change a little bit of a resource's size or available megawatt to that hour, you will have no impact on the system reliability in terms of unserved energy, right? So now we can define actually those hours that affect indeed the system unserved energy as MI hours. So now if you remember the previous slide, we define MI of a resource, basically saying that by increasing the size of that resource a little bit, see how it changes, right? So then a resource's accreditation or MI calculation is only going to be affected by actually the resources availability in those MI hours. Or might be more specific, a resource's MI represents basically its expected availability in the MI hours. So in other words, in some extreme case, you can think of if a resource is never perform, during those hours that the system need capacity or the capacity is tight, then it has basically no this marginal reliability value, right? So what MI represents is really the expected availability of a resource in those MI hours. So I'm talking about all in expectation here because these values are calculated through probabilistic simulations. And then the MI-based capacity accreditation basically is called MIC. It also has a very nice physical meaning. So it represents basically the resources expected output in those MI hours. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the next few slides, I'm gonna talk about again the properties of this MI-based accreditation. I will focus on the substitutability and additivity and homogeneity and resource mix dependence and reference MI independence. So when I talk about these properties, I will basically use the interpretation of the MI and MI-based accreditation that we introduced in the previous slide to provide the intuitions without diving into kind of more rigorous kind of mathematical proof. So next slide, please. So first property is so-called substitutability. So what substitutability means here is that so different resources with different physical characteristics and under this MI-based accreditation, they are all evaluated for their expected ability to produce energy over the same set of MI hours. So if you remember, the MIC represent basically reflects the amount of energy a resource produces during those MI hours, right? So you can think of those hours as system critical hours. So the substitutability is really saying that if one resource has certain MIC accreditation values, another resource has the same MIC accreditation values. So they actually have the same energy contribution during those MI hours. So if you think about the interpretation of the MI-based accreditation, indeed is try to capture the resources energy contribution during those MI hours. Energy during the same set of MI hours, they are substitutable, right? So 1 megawatt hour energy from resource A or resource B from the system reliability perspective, they are substitutable. So in other words, the MI-based accreditation has this substitutability feature. Next slide, please. So this slide first defines what is the additive or homogeneous feature of accreditation method. So this basically is follows the kind of general mathematical definition of additivity and homogeneity. So the additivity is saying that if I have two resources, X and Y, and if I are using accreditation method, here I use the kind of the A as the symbol for accreditation method. You apply accreditation on resource X and Y separately, you get their accreditation values. The sum of those accreditation values should be the same as if you consider X and Y as a single resource and apply the accreditation method to this combined kind of X and Y resource. So homogeneity is defined similarly. So if you have n identical resources, and then you accredit these n resources as a whole, the accreditation value should be n times the accreditation value of individual resource. So so based on the definition of MI, and MI-based accreditation introduced in the previous slide, so it's actually easy to you can derive these properties, and also from the interpretation of MI-based accreditation value, which is the energy contribution during those MI hours, then it can also be easily kind of understood because the energy will be additive, and also they have this homogeneous feature. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide actually highlights a kind of interesting feature of MI-based accreditation is so-called resource mix dependence. So we do calculate, as you remember, the MI of a resource is defined as a partial derivative, right? So a partial derivative, of course, depends on the point where you take the partial derivative. So that is basically the resource mix you can think of. So so MI-based accreditation or MIs for different resources, they do depend on the resource mix assumption, which typically in planning world they call they start with a base case. So basically the resource mix is the set of resources assumed in that base case. So now is it good or bad? So from the perspective of capturing the kind of the diversity impact of a resource mix, I think it's good because this will reflect the the evolving resource mix, even if the resource stays the same. But if the resource mix is different, you may get different accreditation values under this MI-based method. So in other words, it may help capture the diversity benefit. Next slide, please. So this is the last, I think, the property I'm going to talk about today for the MI-based accreditation, so-called reference independence. So if you remember, oh, actually, I wrote the equation here again. So the accreditation is basically the size of the resource multiplied by its marginal reliability impact. and there's a normalization factor, so-called MI, for the perfect resource. So that MI for the perfect resource would be the same, normalization factor for all resources accreditation. So in other words, we can call this MI perfect or the perfect capacity as a reference for this method. So this reference independence basically saying that we can choose any other resources as a reference. What will it will change the accreditation value of resource all the resources, but they will be changed proportionally. In other words, if you choose a reference that is half of the MI for the perfect capacity, then everyone will get its accreditation value doubled. So in other words, it will not change really, the capacity market outcome. The demand will be capacity demand will be doubled, supply will double, everyone will be get accreditation double. So at the end, the capacity market outcome will not, in terms of the payment and the selection of the resources will not change. Next slide. Okay, so I'll do some quick comparison to other accreditation methods, basically ICAP, UCAP, average marginal ELCCs. Next slide. So first, we compare to the ICAP and UCAP. Those are the methods that are typically used in different regions prior to the recent wave of accreditation reforms. So basically, we check those properties that we I just discussed. So just highlight the major differences from the MRI-based accreditation. So these ICAP or UCAP methods, they are not substitutable in terms of reliability contribution. And they are actually not dependent on the resource mix, but they share the additivity and homogeneity property. And these methods, they accredit units just based on those units' own characteristics. There's no reference involved. Next slide. So this is average, so-called average effective load carrying capacity accreditation. So the idea is that you try to kind of equivalent a resource by removing this resource and replace the resource with a certain size of the perfect capacity. So that size of megawatt size of the perfect capacity, so such that replacing the unit will achieve the same reliability kind of level of the system will be used for the accreditation. So that's called average ELCC. I have a figure basically illustrate how it is done. Basically, you have same delta loss of load expectation, because that's usually used for ELCC method. Next slide. So I also have a comparison. So just highlight again, this average ELCC is not substitutable and not additive or homogeneous, and it does depend on actually the reference. So in other words, if you try to equivalent a resource with not with a perfect capacity, but with any other different kinds of capacity, so you end up with different accreditation values. Next slide, please. So this is the last comparison with so-called marginal ELCC. So marginal ELCC is similar to average ELCC. The only thing is that instead of replacing the entire resource, you just try to kind of equivalent to kind of a tiny bit of that resource. So the figure also illustrates how it's done, and because it's a marginal sense, so you can see those blue and orange reliability curves becomes like a linear, because if you zoom in enough, small enough, perturbation will be becomes linear. So next slide, please. So I do want to have a comparison to our MRI-based accreditation. So first of all, the ELCC method, marginal ELCC method, typically uses loss of load expectation as the reliability criteria instead of the unserved energy. So that will, of course, lead to different accreditation as MRI-based accreditation, which uses the EUE. So now a second bullet here showing that what if I also use the EUE for ELCC, marginal ELCC calculation to make them more comparable? So the theoretical answer is they actually they are the same. They will lead to the same accreditation value. So if you apply marginal ELCC method with EUE measure instead of LOLE. However, the marginal ELCC method is computationally much more expensive, and they tend to also encounter numerical issues because loss of load measure is less sensitive to small perturbations. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the conclusion slide. So we basically give a nice interpretation for the MRI-based accreditation and MI, and then compare with typical other accreditation values here. That would be my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Feng. We now have time for Q&A. See some questions in the room. If you could please remember to introduce yourself when you get a mic. Online audience, please enter your questions into the Q&A feature. Thanks.
Russ Goldberg, Polaris. This is great. It's moving us in the direction of a good economics-based method for assessing capacity. But I wanted to ask about the computational issues. So one way that we could solve the problem is basically using on a Monte Carlo basis, using loss of load, value of lost load, just solve SCUCing SCED in Monte Carlo and just produce it. How do you plan to do it?
So this is an ongoing ISO New England project under the capacity market reform, which is a even broader project. So we are using the simulation-based approach, like you described, Monte Carlo simulation. So basically, we have an existing resource adequacy assessment tool, which will tell you all these reliability index given base case. Inside is a Monte Carlo simulation, right? So to do this accreditation, basically you try to perturb for each resource a little bit and see how the UE changes, and then how you that's how we plan to calculate the MI and the MI-based accreditation values for each resource.
Hi, Alex Rutkevich, Newton Energy Group. So yes, congratulations. I think we've been talking about this for years. And you guys are ahead of everybody doing the MRI approach. Now, with the properties, as you introduce substitutability, additivity, this, if you take your definition of MRI for the resource, it's actually location dependent. So your additivity and substitutability is only valid in absence of transmission constraints. Once you introduce those, then your resources are not going to be substitutable or additive.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I didn't touch in this presentation because I think that belongs to another really presentation. So the accreditation values we calculate here do not incorporate the transmission or location of, transmission, especially the kind of the constraints or limit. The reason is that we do model transmission constraint as a market constraint in the capacity market. So in other words, we think that the transmission constraints are going to be reflected by the clearing price, different clearing prices applied to different resources in different locations. So that's by our design. We actually when we calculate the accreditation value of resources, whether it's in an import constraint zone or export constraint zone, we do have an import total limit on the amount of capacity we can clear, but we do not limit on the individual resource inside that zone by considering the transmission limitation in the accreditation, because we don't know who's going to actually be cleared, right? So if a resource gets cleared, because the limitation is on the total, right, of the resources in the zone. So we don't want to reflect that in the individual accreditation value for resources.
Okay, I understand. This is sort of like you separated two processes, right? And say, well, that location evaluation, you trusted the capacity market on a single shot would take care of it. All right, thanks. We'll debate this further. Thanks.
Yeah, so that belongs to another presentation, but thank you for the question.
Hi, Celine from Alston Internet Energy Group. Quick clarification question. The definition of MRI hours, that's a system property, right?
Yes.
It means adding capacity anywhere in the system
yes.
creates a non-zero. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure I understand.
Norm Richardson with Yes Energy. How would batteries get evaluated in an MRI framework? With the state of charge assumption going into those MRI hours would have to be a very dependent factor in that evaluation.
Yes. So the battery is the most interesting part of this MI-based accreditation. So to calculate those battery MIs, so we have to increase both its, let's say, increase a little bit on the battery capacity, which is typically defined as the charging or discharging power, right? So we have to, so if it's like a 2-hour battery, so you have to also increase the its SOC limit, energy limit, by 2 times. Let's say you increase your capacity by 1 megawatt or 0.1 megawatt, then you increase the energy by 0.2 megawatt hour as well. So the idea is that this accreditation value, although it's called capacity accreditation, but indeed we try to capture the resources energy contribution during those MI hours. So in terms of storage or battery, so the formula, although I showed just the partial derivative over the capacity, but the energy, if there's an energy limit, will be also kind of proportionally perturbed.
Thanks, you all. We're going to try and slip in one question from our virtual audience. Lee Tesfatsion, can you unmute yourself and ask your question, please?
Yes, thank you. I just have a question about voltage management. I haven't heard, when you talk about reliability at the RTOIS level, I've heard nothing about rewarding resources that have differential voltage management capabilities, reactive power needs, for example. Are there any plans on the RTO-ISO side to ensure that the diversity of reserve includes consideration for voltage management considerations? I'm thinking of grid forming versus grid following IBRs. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're taking into account this kind of diversity when you talk about just capacity, because capacity does not project enough about the actual attributes that could be contributing to voltage management. Thank you.
Yeah, so currently we are undergoing this implementing this MI-based accreditation. We do not plan to have this voltage impact incorporated. However, I think you posed a really good and interesting question. Is generally speaking, the question is, should we consider more like the operational constraints into the resource adequacy assessment, right? So we don't plan to do this voltage because our current resource adequacy assessment do not actually model all these voltage, those detailed operation limit. So the question is, in the future, should we consider them, or I think it's still a debatable question.
Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. So my name is Audun Botterud. I'm at MIT and Argonne National Lab. So I have a question around this reliability metric. So you show that by using EUE, get capacity credit with some nice mathematical properties, which is great. At the same time, I guess industry at least used to use a low LE-based type of reliability standards. So I was wondering if there is some kind of tension there potentially. And then the second question is, how far along are you with the potential implementation of this MRI approach? Thank you.
Yes. We view this adoption of UE for this MRI-based accreditation as complementary to the existing LOE standard. We do have 1 day in 10 LOE criteria in ISO New England planning. So the way we use it here is that we use LOE 1 day in 10 to create the base case. So basically, the resource mix that will be created in the base case to meet the 1 day in 10, and then we derive the MRI-based accreditation from that base case. So in other words, LOE criteria is used to create the base case, and then you take the derivative is using this UE-based marginal value. So we do see them complementary, not try to conflict each other. And then your second question, when is going to be implemented? So this is a part of the ongoing capacity auction reform project in ISO New England. So besides this accreditation reform, we also are reforming from the annual market to the seasonal market, and also the from forward to prompt auction. So this is a big package. I think in the next few years we plan to implement.
Thank you.
We have a few minutes left if there's one more question in the room, maybe.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm Emma Nicholson from FERC. Can you give us any sort of principles or guidance ISO New England is following when selecting the high-risk hours, the MRI hours? As you know, other ISOs have various benchmarks they're using. Have you any thoughts on that?
Oh, so yeah, so the MRI hours that I define by its definition is the hours that system may have unserved energy or have reliability issues. So it's not in our region, we do not pre-select the MRI hours. Rather, you can think of MRI hours are the hours that coming out of the simulation. So in other words, once you have a base case, so you can actually the MRI hours are determined in those base case, and those hours are not a deterministic like set of hours, but rather it's a Monte Carlo simulation. So for each simulation year, so you may have actually different set of MRI hours. So the MRI hours really is in terms of kind of the how would I say the whole set of like all simulated scenarios. Yeah.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for this session will be Dongwei Zhao from Argonne National Laboratory. Dongwei will be presenting on revenue sufficiency with battery scarcity pricing and capacity market, the role of coordinated operating reserve and capacity demand curves. Dongwei, please come forward.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Dongwei Zhao from Argonne National Lab. Today, I will present work on the revenue sufficiency with scarcity pricing and capacity market. We try to explore the role of the coordinated operating reserve demand curves and the capacity market demand curves. So next slide. For the background, we know that the missing money problem is a long-standing issue in the energy market. So there's the administrative set energy price caps to protect consumers. So it cannot reflect the true value of the demand. The generators may not get sufficient revenues from the energy market to recover the investment and operation cost. And also with more and more renewable energy in the electricity market, the zero marginal cost characteristics are also tending to drive down the energy market prices, those generators may more and more rely on the capped scarcity prices to recover the cost. It will further amplify the missing money problem. To solve the problem, there are currently many two market solutions. One is based on the capacity remuneration mechanism, like capacity market to award the capacity and provide additional revenues. The other way is to strengthen the scarcity pricing, like we can increase the energy price caps, and another common approach is to implement operating reserve demand curves to reflect the values of the reserves and increase the revenues based on the reserve services. In the current US ISOs, they all have different kinds of the ORDCs, and also many markets have the capacity market to award the capacity. So there's natural question about the coupling between the energy market and capacity market. Next slide, please. And the ORDCs in the energy market and also the capacity market, they can both increase the revenues for the generators, and they can both contribute to solving the missing money problem. So there is question whether they will overcompensate or still undercompensate. And also the capacity market demand curve design is usually influenced by the energy market revenues to compensate the missing money. The US ISOs, they regularly adjust the ORDCs and CDCs based on the system and market conditions, but it may not very frequently may review and update several years, and there is lack of the system evaluation framework for the more coordinated dynamic design for the ORDCs and CDCs. And also we have various system parameters and market design elements. They can, from the energy market and capacity market, they can both impact the revenue sufficiency across different technologies. Next slide, please. Yeah, in this work, we try to answer the question, how can the energy and capacity market design be systematically coordinated to ensure the revenue sufficiency of various generation resources, considering the various systems and market parameters. And we contribute to the literature in the following way. First, we develop the coordinated simulation framework to capture the interactions between the energy market and capacity market, which can dynamically update the ORDCs and CDCs. And we also conduct the systematic evaluation for the revenue sufficiency of different generation resources, capturing the revenues from both the energy and capacity market. And we also conduct the comprehensive sensitivity analysis for some market design parameters like the energy price caps, the ORDC, and CDC update frequency. Yeah, next slide. We will go to the modeling part for our work. Yeah, we develop a coordinated simulation framework with the long-term capacity market and short-term energy market. For the capacity market, we will update the capacity market demand curves based on the corresponding CON and net-CON values of the reference technology. The CON value will indicate the entry cost of the new resources based on the investment cost, and also the net-CON will indicate the missing money from the energy market. For the supply curve, we assume that each unit will bid its maximum capacity with its net-CON value to the capacity market to reflect the missing money. And the system operator will clear the market based on the supply and demand curves to maximize the social welfare. Next slide. For the energy market, we dynamically characterize the ORDCs based on the system reliability conditions, for example, the hourly basis. And we consider the daily day-ahead market clearing using the unit commitment and economic dispatch. We calculate the energy market profits for each generation unit based on the energy revenue, reserve revenue, and the operating cost. Yeah, for this simulation, actually, in the capacity market clearing, we assume that the system operator will accurately forecast the energy market revenues so that they can update the netcom and update the supply and demand curves. So in this case, in the simulation, we use the backward method. We just simply first simulate the energy market revenues, and we update that to the capacity market for the capacity demand curve and the supply curve, and then do the market clearing for the capacity market. Yeah, for the next, I will go into more details about the characterization of the ORDCs and the CDCs. Yeah, for the ORDC characterization in the energy market, we consider the dynamic design like the hourly basis. We to reflect the value of the incremental values of the reserve procurement. For the ORDC, the first step is to characterize the system generation margin, defined as the difference between the generation and the load. In this work, we model the uncertainty from the load and renewable generation forecast, and also the conventional generation outage. And based on that, we can calculate the loss of load probability, which is the probability of the negative generation margin. And then we can calculate the ORDCs based on the formulation of the loss of load probability and the value of loss load, yeah, which can be illustrated in this figure for the ORDC. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, for the CDC design, actually, we are following the example of the PJM, the CDC shape in this left figure. It has 3 segments and characterized by the capacity quantity requirement, the CON and netcom value of the reference technology. So yeah, the CDC design can have a lot of dimensions. Yeah, so in this work, actually, we only evaluate the CON and netcom update of the reference technology. Yeah, but in the future work, we can do more analysis on those capacity requirement and also the shape of the CDCs and also some coefficients for the shapes. And for the CDC design, we also try to model more dynamic CDC update, like the monthly or quarterly CDC update. For the current practice, like the PJM and New York ISO, they are developing the seasonal demand curves. For example, the PJM, they are adjusting the capacity requirement and price for the winter and summer. And New York ISO, they have the monthly capacity market clearing, but they are not updating the curves monthly. And also, they are developing the separate demand curves for the summer and winter. For both New York ISO and PJM case, they have the winter and demand curves, but they are still using the annual energy market revenues for the winter curves and for the summer curves, and they use the annual netcom calculation. In this work, we try to extend more dynamic CDC update based on the dynamic netcom value calculation based on the dynamic energy market revenue calculation for the corresponding period. For example, for the summertime, for the summer curve, we may focus on the summertime revenue, energy market revenue to construct the netcom and construct the demand curves. Yeah, next slide. For more details here, those dynamic CDC design, if it is annual CDC curve, we characterize the CON value based on the annualized investment cost. And for the netcom, it is based on the operation cost, investment cost, minus the energy revenue and reserve revenue. And we scale them to 1 day in the simulations. But if the CDCs are updated more frequently, like the quarterly and monthly, so we will consider the energy revenue for each corresponding period, like the summertime or for the corresponding months. And we also capture the general representation to allocate the resource cost across the different periods. For example, we can allocate more cost to the summertime, and we may not evenly allocate the resource cost for each month. Yeah, I think the idea is like for the summertime is where the scarcity prices will happen, and the scarcity price is capped, so it is where the missing money arises. So in this case, in the summertime, we can try to compensate more resource cost for the resources. And in this model, we use this scaling factor alpha m to allocate the resource cost to the each period, like the each month. For example, if this factor alpha is equal for each month, and it means that we just allocate the cost evenly for each month to recover. But if this alpha m, for example, is just focused on July and August, and we will mostly rely on those July and August to recover the cost. Yeah, in this work, we are not optimizing the alpha, those scaling factor, but we will show some simulations about when we evenly allocate the cost or mostly allocate cost to the summertime. Yeah, at last, I will show some simulation results based on the case studies. Next slide, please. Yeah, for the simulation setup, we are using the IEEE 118 bus system. In this system, we consider the 4 generation unit types, the NGCT, NGCC, the coal, and the wind. And we choose the reference technology as the NGCC, and we use the 1-year data to do the simulations. And we also conduct the several case scenarios. The basis reference case is we update the CDC curve annually and also have the hourly ORDC and energy price cap is at 1,000. We change the CDC update frequency to monthly. We compare if we allocate the resource cost evenly across months or we allocate the cost mostly for the summer. And we also consider when we update the ORDC in a daily and monthly basis, and we also evaluate the results when we increase energy price caps. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, the first result I try to show the impact of the CDC update frequency. In the first figure, I show the energy market revenues for the different generation technologies and across different months. In this simulation system, we have some scarcity events in the summer, so we can see significant high energy market revenues for the thermal generation units. In the lower 2 figures, we characterize the dynamic netcom values for each month. The first figure is that case we allocate the resource cost evenly for each month. In this case, because we have very high revenues in the summertime, then we can see the negative netcom in the summertime for the resources, especially the thermal units. In the second figure, we allocate the resource cost mostly for the summertime. In this case, we can see the netcom will be very high for the summertime, which may better reflect the requirement to recover the cost. Yeah, next slide. Okay. Yeah, based on that, we further show the capacity demand curve comparison. The first figure is we allocate the cost evenly across months. So in this case, because the summertime, we have the negative netcom value, and it will lead to the low CDC and lower market prices. In the second figure, we allocate the cost more to the summertime. And in this case, we can see a higher curve and higher prices for the summer, especially July and August. Yeah, next slide. If we compare the revenues and profit across the different generation units and also the update frequency, the blue is we allocate the cost monthly with the uniform cost allocation, and the gray is the annual CDC update, and the red is the case we monthly update, but mostly allocate the cost to the summer. If we compare the blue and gray, we can see that for the uniform cost allocation, all the generation unit types, they will have higher profits than the annual CDC update, because we see some negative netcom for the summertime, but for the CDC design, the price is still lower bounded, so it generates more revenues for the for this monthly CDC update case. But if we allocate more cost to the summer, then we can see the NGCC and NGCT, they will have similar profits compared to the annual updates. Yeah, but in this case, the coal and wind revenues will be reduced compared with the annual update, because we kind of allocate more cost to the summertime. And in our case study, the coal and wind, they will have higher resource cost, investment cost. So it's kind of driven out of the market during in the capacity market. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, we also show the result when we update the ORDC with the different frequency. Yeah, in the first figure, we show the ORDC, hourly ORDC in January in the gray curves, and we do the average to get the daily ORDC and monthly ORDCs. So those hourly ORDCs can vary significantly, but in the following figures and table, when we compare the profit in the energy market and or the total profit in the energy and capacity markets, and also the average locational marginal price, reserve price, and operating cost. So the average values, they will not show a significant difference, but the standard deviation, like in the last table, it will show that the hourly ORDC can lead to more volatile market results. Yeah, next slide. We also consider when we increase energy price caps, the first figure is the missing money from the energy market, and the second figure is the total profit, considering the energy market and also the capacity market. In this system, when we set the energy capacity price cap at 1,000, actually, so like they cannot fully recover the cost in the energy market, but they can be compensated in the capacity market to get the positive profit. And if we increase the energy price cap to the around 3,000 and 9,000 in this system, those thermal units, they can get already cover their cost in the energy market, but they continue to receive the additional compensation in the capacity market, in the current capacity market design. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this is the conclusion slide for this presentation. We systematically evaluate those coordination between the energy market and capacity market to see how they impact revenue sufficiency, and we also consider the coordinated simulation framework to update the ORDCs and CDCs. And we conduct some sensitivity analysis to show the impact of the CDC update frequency, like the allocation of the resource cost across the different periods may matter. And also hourly ORDCs can reflect the real-time system conditions, but it may not impact the long-term average result market outcomes compared with the daily and monthly update. And also if the resource can already recover their cost in the energy market, but they will still continue to receive the revenues in the capacity market. Yeah, in this work, we only focus on several parameters, but in the future work, it can conduct more analysis for like the renewable energy penetration levels and also those more detailed like the CDC design. And also another interesting question is about the energy storage that we do not capture in this work. It can be interesting to see how they can get the revenues in the energy market and how we can compensate the potential missing money in the capacity market for the energy storage. Yeah, I think this concludes my presentation. Yeah, welcome. Any questions?
Thanks. Once again, we'll now go to Q&A. If you're in the room, please introduce yourself before speaking in your mic, and virtual audience members, friendly reminder to please put questions into the Q&A feature in the Zoom webinar. Thanks.
Russ Fulbright, Polaris Systems Optimization. It's a very important topic. We started the markets decades ago. We discovered that we needed some mechanism to make sure that the capacity was there because the energy revenues were not sufficient, missing money problem. So we have bilateral markets and we develop capacity markets. And more recently, now we have this opportunity for ORDC to get more of those costs being put into the actual daily markets. And there's kind of a trade-off here that we could use. We could put more money into the energy markets, or if we refer to those as day ahead in real time, or we could leave it more in the capacity markets. Why not push it all the way to the energy markets and make the capacity markets more indicative to support giving information that people don't otherwise have, so that we avoid many of the problems that we have with the administrative nature of the capacity markets?
Yeah, I think that indeed some trade-off between the energy and capacity market. Yeah, I think there are some theoretical results like, yeah, if you design the reserve and energy market, those pricing signals very well, we may not need the capacity market to compensate the revenues. So yeah, but currently, yeah, maybe in the current energy market, we still have the energy price caps, and it may not be sufficient to compensate the missing money problem. So, and we need the additional mechanism to compensate the missing money. And also, currently the capacity market, they may have different purposes. For the capacity market, they can compensate the missing money, and the capacity, they may also have another purpose to ensure the reliable capacity in the capacity market. Yeah, I don't know whether.
Yeah, I guess there's more discussion on that, but you made a point about the price caps. I would take issue with that because, or if you think about it, the price caps are just really a way of saying that we don't want to buy insurance, and you wanted to deal with the consequences when disaster hits. And with an ORDC, we can actually buy insurance. We're paying people day in and day out for being there, even if we don't use them. And so ORDC is actually a way of avoiding the high price cap problems and the risks that creates. Or would you take issue with that?
Yeah, I think ORDC is indeed, yeah, is a way, yeah, to reflect the value of the reserve and increase the revenues. So if the ORDC can design very well, I think theoretically it can resolve the missing money problem. But based on my knowledge, the current ORDCs, they still, especially in the current ISOs, the cap is still capped by the energy price caps. They are not reflecting the real value of the loss load, even for the ORDCs. It's my understanding, yeah.
Dick O'Neill, consultant. How did you calculate the value of loss load?
In this work, we just assume the value of loss load is equal to the energy price caps in the simulations.
Doesn't that dictate your outcome?
Yeah, because our simulation results is based on the energy price caps to calculate the revenues. And for our ORDC design, the ORDC price cap is also capped by the energy price cap.
Yeah, and to continue Ross's discussion, what happens when in Uri, where they had a $9,000 ORDC, the commission changed it to 5,000 the next month?
Yeah, I think in our simulation system, when we increase the energy price cap to 3,000 or 9,000, because we have some scarcity events for this, we use the 1 year data. We already have some scarcity events for the summertime. So actually, in this system, when we increase the price cap to the 3,000 and 9,000, it can already recover the cost in the energy market. So yeah, I think it's kind of dependent how you simulate the system sometimes. Yeah.
Vishnuvat, right, from ERCOT. I think it's a very kind of follow-up question to what we are talking about. And ORDC versus capacity market, you're aware of ERCOT does not have capacity market, right? I'm just curious from your perspective, what we are really missing if we just go with the ORDC completely. It's you're saying, can you share some like, hey, X, Y, Z, those are the really things that we are missing?
I think for the ORDC, yeah, if it is ideally designed, yeah, I think theoretically it may resolve the missing money problem. Yeah, but yeah, from my understanding, I previously said like the energy, it is still capped, like the ORDC. I think the price is not. I review like the ISO's the ORDC price cap. They still capped by the energy price cap. I don't think currently they are really reflecting the values of the loss load. So yeah, it's my understanding. Yeah.
This will be our last question. Thanks.
Yeah, that's actually just more of a comment, I guess, because we're still getting on this value of lost load issue and price caps. In the end, it's the amount of money that you put in people's hands, and you can do that without raising the price cap and worrying about value of lost load. You basically just fatten the demand at the lower price level so that you say, instead of carrying a margin of 15%, I'm going to carry 20% when it's cheap enough, and you just fatten it out that way and give more money. You don't have to worry about putting the high price caps on there.
All right, let's thank our speaker one more time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you had a good lunch. We are just in time to kick off our session on automation in interconnection. I'm Daniel Wagner in the policy office, and our first up speaker is Brian Fitzsimmons, CEO of Grid Unity, presenting on the interconnection lifecycle and automation. Brian, could you come up and take it away from me?
Oops. It's good. Thank you. Will I also be able to show the slides that we prepared?
Yes. Rob Vaughn, could we get Brian Fitzsimmons' slides? This is session 7.
You want me to play the video? No, the slides.
We will start with the slides, and Brian will let you know when he wants the video.
Yeah, the video's last. Great. If you go to the next slide, that'd be great. Oh, sorry. If you go to yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. First off, I would like to thank the FERC commissioners and staff for the opportunity to provide me the ability to update everybody on the work that we've been doing with regional transmission operators and transmission owners across the country. And I'd also like to thank Casey Cathy of SPP, who will be joining me during the question and answers on today's presentation. What I'm going to cover today are first 5 topics. First, a little bit of who is Grid Unity, who we are, how we serve the industry. Second is what is interconnection lifecycle management? What does it mean? And why is it urgent for us to solve for this need in the country? Next will be a little breakdown of the first phase of the work that we've done with the California ISO and the 7 participating transmission operators in the state of California. Then I'll move on to SPP, the work we're doing with them, the partnership there, and the 17 participating TOs across their region. And then last, I will show our grid analytics learning engine. It's an artificial intelligence engine that we're going to be deploying for our customers this year, which will help further stream up the interconnection process. Go to the next slide. So first off, Grid Unity. We are a software as a service company, and we specialize in interconnection lifecycle management and grid planning. We were basically founded upon the belief that if you could streamline the interconnection of new generation and load sources, utilities would have better insights into their grid needs, and therefore more efficiently and effectively plan and finance grid expansion to meet our needs as a society. Many of you are aware that the interconnection process is the single door that no matter where you are in the world and you want to build a generation plant and have it participate in the market, you must go through that interconnection process worldwide with every utility. The reason why it exists is because the utilities have to ensure the reliability and safety of the grid and the resiliency of the grid. Today, Grid Unity is providing our interconnection lifecycle management platform to the largest number of, is handling the largest number of interconnection requests across the nation. We currently have processed over 2.5 million interconnection requests, both generation and load. And our largest utility who uses our software, to give you a sense of scale, they process 1,500 interconnection requests per day. Roughly, that is 56% are load requests to connect, and then the remaining 46% or 44%, sorry, 44% are generation requests. They also, though, in their state, they also are receiving the largest number of large generation projects to study in their state. And those get handed off from the independent system operator to them to study. And it is a monumental task to study the number that they have to in each cluster that comes down from the ISO. In addition, over the past 2 years, they've seen an explosion in large load data center requests. And these have to be handled by the transmission owner through their own internal processes. But it becomes really critical that as they look at the generation coming in and they look at the new large load coming in, that they do it in a way where they can sync their understanding in order to ensure that they're making the right investments in the grid in their state. In addition to serving the large utilities, the key thing to serve the industry means what we had to develop a unique platform that would give them the flexibility and the scalability to address the interconnection problem. And the interconnection problem is really not a process problem, it's a data problem, all right? And so for us, we developed a platform that has 4 key capabilities that really need to be there if you're going to change how the industry handles interconnection. The first is curated data. You need to ensure that you are providing and ensuring curated data, not only across the different staff members within the utility, but also across the parties between the developer the independent system operator, and the transmission owner. You have to ensure the privacy of the data, and you also have to ensure the critical nature of that data. So curated data is key. The second thing is you have to be able to enable intelligent connections, right? And that means that you have to look at both generation and load, and you need to do that with that underlying curated data to make the right decisions around interconnection. The third thing you need is a flexible system, right? Every utility is somewhere in their journey already. They already have different technologies, different tools, different systems of record, all right? You have to make sure that you are able to enable for fast and easy integration, real-time integrations with those tools. Those might be power flow solving tools, or it could be other systems of record like ERP or Oracle Finance or tools like that. So you have to be able to deploy a platform that enables that real-time communication and make it part of a holistic system that ensures a streamlined interconnection process. And then the last part, which we believe is another key component to this, you have to create in the industry what we call a network effect. You have to have a centralized data source that the developers, the ISOs, and the TOs are all working from. You need to make sure that there's real-time communication that happens throughout the interconnection process. You need to make sure that there's real-time data sharing throughout the interconnection process. And you have to make it easy for the parties to collaborate, share insights, and then make decisions. These are the four things that are key. And if you're going to solve for and enable the industry to take the necessary time step that we must take, we need to get the interconnection process from an average of 30 months. We need to get it below 12 months. We've got some great partners in the ISOs and the TOs that are committed to getting that process down to 12 months. So if we go to the next slide. What this slide is, in effect, it's a diagram that depicts the interconnection process. And it shows all stakeholders must engage in this process in order to put new generation onto the grid. So this really is the FERC Order 2023 process. And the key thing about it is it requires a great deal of collaboration throughout. The one part of this process that we call the pre-application process, FERC also addressed, and that is the sharing of information in heat maps and other ways with stakeholders in a public manner. So that way the different developers who want to put new generation or new storage onto the grid, they have understanding of where best to put that. So there's a pre-step called pre-application, which is really about information sharing. And we're going to show that how that can change and will change over time and become more enriched to further streamline the interconnection process. But once a developer makes a decision, they make an interconnection request. And that means that they're going to define the generation plant that they want to interconnect. They're going to define the point of interconnection, and then they're going to ask for permission for that generation plant to be put onto the grid. Of course, it's then the ISOs and the participating TO's responsibility to make sure that that application or that new project is reviewed, it's properly studied, it's been vetted, proper cost estimates are done, proper cost allocation across the projects is done. And then after all that is done, there has to be an agreement called the Generation Interconnection Agreement, as you can see in the bottom right there. And once that generation interconnection agreement is defined, what it really does is it defines the partnership between the utilities who have to build out the infrastructure that's been defined to meet that generation interconnection plant's point of interconnection. It also sets the milestones and the timeline that the developer has to build their plant, because there are expectations that have been set that once this has been approved, everybody's agreed to the agreement, that new plant has to be built in a certain amount of time so it can participate in the market, and we can rely on that capacity, that future capacity to come online. So with this process, It may look simple, but it hides a great deal of complexity. And it requires really true subject matter experts to be involved in the process. And it requires a set of intelligence within the software to help realize the most efficient process. Since FERC made the order, the order 2023, in July of 23, 2 years have passed. And what we've seen is that we're now even further into a state in the country, which is really quite critical. Just yesterday, the Department of Energy issued a report that they stated, look, we need to streamline and expedite generation, new forms of generation onto the grid as quickly as possible, not only to meet our country's capacity needs, but also to support our country's growth and our ability to continue to make sure that we can lead from a technology front, right, as a country. And it's critical that we do this. And we believe that the work that we're doing with our partners, the ISOs and the TOs, is going to enable that to happen. If we go to the next slide. This is a little breakdown of what we're doing with the California ISO. So the California ISO, last year after FERC order was released, they sought us out and they decided to select our platform in June of 2024, all right? And they have, upon selecting our platform, they said, we're going to make this available to the public on October 1st. And they've named our platform their GRIP platform. The key thing also is they wanted to make sure that the software was rolled out in what we call a multi-phase manner. It was really important to the CAISO, the California ISO, to make sure that all the participants, the developers, the participating TOs, everybody was prepared for the change in process, the change in timelines, and also give them the opportunity, by doing it in a multi-phase rollout, the ability to collaborate in new ways that they couldn't do before, but our platform would enable. So after our selection, simultaneously, FERC was reviewing a new rating system and a new method that California had proposed to FERC, which would help ensure a decision around first ready, first served on the projects that were coming in. It was a great decision and that FERC made, because on September 30th, they approved this rating system. Of course, our software went live on October 1st, and right after it went live, the California ISO said, look, this new rating system's been approved. We would like you to implement it right away. So what we did is we worked with their staff, we modified the configuration, created an automated rating system for them. So before, and we did that within 30 to 45 days of the order being released. But the key thing is, at the end of that window, they were then able to take all of the projects that had come in. So they had 255 projects that came in what they call cycle 15. That represented 118 gigawatts of capacity. With the rating system automatically applied, the minute that the window closed, those were immediately brought down to 177 projects, right? To further rationalize the project set that was going to be reviewed and studied. And then through the network effect of our software enabling the ISO and the TOs to all be on the same platform, we were able to rapidly allow them to do the review and the validation, which further brought the projects down to 145.
Brian, just a time check, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Well, I better speed up then. So the key thing is it brought a great deal of success in the first phase. We've now entered the second phase, which is study phase, and we'll be able to report on that publicly as that ends. If we move on to the next slide, SPP. So SPP, also like the CAISO, they needed to address FERC Order 2023, but they had some different requests for us. They wanted us to rapidly also deploy the software, but they also had already made investments in some new technologies, new power flow solving technologies, And what they wanted us to be able to do was integrate with those power flow solving technologies. And so we worked with SPP staff, and we worked with their partner, who's here today, Pearl Street. And we've worked to integrate our softwares and make for real-time integration between the two tools. So therefore, there can be further automated validation and improvements down the line, not only in the study process, but also as they go forward past the study process. So if we go to the next slide. I wanted to make sure that we got to a chance where everybody could understand how we're going to insert artificial intelligence into the process. Because taking a process from 30 months down to 12 months is no small feat, right? And the need to drive for new forms of intelligence and insights and sharing of that information as quickly as possible is critical. So if we go to the next slide, there are some basic use cases that have been asked of us, use cases where the developer would like support as they go through the process, and then also internal use cases that the staff at the ISO and the TPs would like simplified way or a faster way of validating the data that's coming in from the participants. And what we've done is create a little bit of a demonstration here that I'll share right now, and you'll be able to see that work in action. If we go to the next slide. And if we could play the video.
Welcome to this quick demo of Gale, Grid Unity's intelligent interconnection copilot. Gale is built to help developers, transmission owners, and ISOs navigate the complex interconnection process with context-aware guidance, automated validation, and strategic insights. In this scenario, a developer is working on a 12-megawatt wind project near Bakersfield, targeting interconnection at 115 kilovolts.
If not, I can do a voice.
Gale immediately understands the request and begins guiding the user through key fields, generator type, point of interconnection, and line voltage, all tailored to the local grid context. Drawing on her knowledge of substations, public interconnection data, and historical patterns, Gale suggests viable POIs near Bakersfield, like the Delano substation. She explains not only voltage compatibility, but also looks at transmission capacity, utility ownership, and proximity. The developer inputs GE 3.8 megawatt turbines with full converters. Gale does the math, confirming the total generation exceeds 12 megawatts. She notes the importance of capping export and confirms the turbines meet the plus or minus 0.95 power factor requirement.
It's working, but
Now,
can we rewind?
let's shift to a project-specific scenario. Gale begins with a high-level overview, interpreting structured values like point of interconnection, voltage level, and equipment types in real time. She synthesizes information from the application form and displays a clear summary that highlights the project's configuration and intended interconnection strategy. This gives developers and reviewers alike a consistent starting point, ensuring that everyone sees the same foundation before diving into diagrams or study-specific details. Next, the developer opens a single line diagram, the uploaded SLD file. Gale parses the image instantly, identifying bus configurations, protective relays, transformers, and more. She compares the visual data to the digital application to verify consistency. Gale confirms that the POI, transformer voltage, and breaker positions match what the user entered earlier. If she detects a mismatch, she flags it immediately, reducing the chance of review delays. This ability to interpret diagrams bridges the gap between uploaded documentation and data entry. Gale isn't just a smart form filler, she's a real-time verifier with multi-format awareness. This is just a glimpse of what Gale can do. Beyond initial intake, she supports application summaries, reviewer-style validation, study tracking, and grid-aware reasoning. With Gale on your team, you're never guessing. She's here to help reduce cycle time, minimize rework, and streamline coordination across every stakeholder.
There we go. Did I meet my time commitment here?
Borrow a little bit of time from the Q&A. It'll be fine.
All right. Well, the key thing for those that didn't hear the first part of it was Gale was being used as a way for an external entity to ask it questions about the grid, right? Gale's been trained to understand what the base models are within that ISO or TO. And then it's trained to understand what's coming in real time, both from a generation side coming in through the California ISO or SPP or wherever it might be, but also the new information coming in on the transmission owner side. So it really brings new insights into the process that we believe will further streamline and improve what we call that pre-application process. And therefore, when we get into interconnection, we have much more refined projects that we know that are truly first ready and first to be served. Good?
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. Let's all give him a hand. We'll now take some questions from the audience, starting in person. Just as a housekeeping note, let's not get too into any active or contested dockets.
Yeah, we can stand together. Want to hold hands?
Russ Fulbright, Polaris. So you bring the effort down from 30 months to 12 months with automation. So obviously there's still a lot of manual processes in there. What are the ones that take significant time that still require the 12 months?
Well, the study process is still, there's multiple phases in the study process, and those steps and the refinement that goes on between the parties is still going to take a large chunk of time, right? And then, of course, post the generation interconnection agreement, and by the way, the integration agreement negotiations take quite a bit of time. But post that, what we call phase 2, that's not part of the 30-month estimate, because the construction through commissioning is really on average around the country around 36 months. And it's actually lengthening because of issues with supply chain and things like that. But you want to add to that?
Yeah. Okay. So, hey, hello. I'm Casey Cathy, Vice President of Engineering at Southwest Power Pool. Some of what will take continuously a long time that we can work towards shrinking is transmission solution development. So it's not just connecting the generation, but also understanding what the needs are. So automation can help us get to that point very quickly, but then we have to determine what transmission solutions are viable to solve those needs. And then we have to come up with cost estimates. And so we have to come up and we have to work with the transmission owners to figure that out. There are opportunities for us to shrink that time frame. And we're looking at further automation to be able to do that, but that does add to the time.
Hi, I'm Emma Nicholson from FERC. Thank you very much for your presentation. I had just a follow-up question in terms of like what you're getting through these through the AI, utilizing AI, and you said eliminate rework and streamline coordination. Can you talk a bit about how the tool that accomplishes those? And also, since the SPP slide was so quick and we have an SPP person, I'd love to hear more about kind of your work and experience with this automation. Thank you.
Do you want to start and then I'll back in?
Sure. So we engaged with Grid Unity, 2 years? Yep. 2 years ago now, and we're still in a multi-phase process to implement. So we're still in the middle phases of implementing and continuously improving. But so far, at least Grid Unity's solution, and we've worked with a variety of other vendors to identify every aspect of the generation interconnection process. And Grid Unity is really on the front end, at least in terms of our current deployment. So our current deployment is on intake and understanding and cleaning up that data. For many years, we actually had an in-house tool, which if you've been familiar with in-house solution development, it kind of works when you first create it, but it's not the best from a commercially operable perspective. And Grid Unity came in and was able to clean up a lot of that data on the front end. So we've already seen a lot of shrinking of the overall solution timeframe on the front end. And then we have a number of other items that we're working towards. Gale is one of them. We've worked with Pearl Street from a automation of power flow perspective and automating the actual the software to solve for needs. And then we're going a step further to automate solution development. We're working with our TOs to have a better, more refined cost estimate aspect. We're working through automating the documentation aspect of it so that when we develop the GIAs, we don't start from scratch. And really from an SPP experience perspective, if you look at the last 10 years or so, do you want your staff manipulating spreadsheets and going back and forth in email like we did for so long? Or can we automate a lot of this to where they're spending more time looking at the solution, the transmission needs and the solution development? Because quite frankly, what we're trying to avoid is not just to get through things faster, we still have to assess the system. And we want to avoid an Iberian experience. What happened in Australia with solar farms, what happened in March with Dominion data centers. We're trying to make sure that we're still looking at all the aspects, but doing it in a much more consolidated fashion.
And to the AI question, part of the work with our platform, it can be deployed in different modules. There's that application intake review process. There's the study management process, contracting process, and then construction management process. And what we're looking at from a data perspective is the end-to-end process, all the steps. And what we're seeing right now is California's a step ahead where they have deployed our study management capabilities. So we're analyzing the data regarding not only the underlying grid, but then what are the appropriate cost estimates and cost allocations in that process. And what is, how can we basically develop best practices as we analyze historical projects that have already gone through and also all the new projects that are coming through and the new costs and allocations associated with them. So we see AI being a specialist, in effect, an assistant for the different personas in the process end to end.
Sure. Right, thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, Celine from Newton Energy Group. How does Gale handle differences between markets in terms of rules and data availability and granularity?
So it's a great question. I'm going to have to defer because I'm not the expert in how Gale is handling those. But we will be publishing more information about how it's being used and then also the impact of its use throughout the interconnection process. So happy to make sure that we get you the data. So I'll stop by later and make sure I get your email address. Good.
A big hand for our presenter. Thank you very much, Brian. All right. I'd like to thank Commissioner Rosner for making time to be here and join us for these important presentations. And I'm sorry to cut Brian short, but we have a lot of interesting speakers here today. Speaking of, next up we have Andy Whitmire from the Mid-Continent ISO, talking about accelerating the interconnection process with advanced software and automation. Andy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Andy Whitmire. I'm the Director of Resource Utilization for MISO, and I'll help kind of fill in some of the gaps from the last Grid Unity about like the time it takes to completing these engineering studies and what MISO and Pearl Street are trying to do. David and I will be splitting this presentation. I'll set the stage, and then he'll come in and really give the details of how the software solution works. I don't belong in a room full of PhDs like he does. Next slide, please. Certainly MISO has a large backlog of interconnection projects. We still have one project from the 2019 cycle that we're still processing, but the majority of them are in our 21, 22, and 23 queue cycles. We have over almost 300 gigawatts in our queue. Our timeline in our tariff is supposed to be about 1 year, but it's taking 3 to 4 years. And as we all know, ORA 2023 is coming, and we'll need to be able to meet these tariff deadlines in the next coming years. And so we've been looking at what are a lot of the different enhancements we can do to be able to get down to that process. What we're talking about today is what we're doing with Pearl Street on phase 1 automation, but we're also looking to see what we can do for late stage dropouts and things like that. That are also causing a lot of the restudies that happen in later phases. And of course, as Brian talked about, it's not just about getting projects out of the queue, it's getting them online, which certainly has been a challenge here recently with supply chain issues. if we go to the next slide, I kind of want to set the stage as to how queues have developed. This is MISO's historical queue since we started back in 2000. And so some of the key things that we've pointed out, I'll point out is you'll see that in 27 we had a large increase of projects. That's because MISO states set renewable energy standards, and we had a huge influx of wind. And following that, we said, okay, there's no way we should be doing serial studies anymore. We need to find a way to be able to cluster these. And that's when we came out with our first major queue reform to start clustering projects. And that started working pretty well. And then into the, say, 2017, we started, hey, we need to refine this process and go to our current three-phase process, which we started doing in 2018. That was our second major queue reform. Then we had FERC Order 845. We had there in 2000, we launched our new online application tool. We were the first RTO to link up with Grid Unity. So that was actually the first implementation of using an online portal to select, to bring in projects. We had the FERC Order Effective System Order in there. And then as we were working through 2020 and 2021, we said we need to get down to a one-year process. That's what we've heard from all ICs, is that a one-year process would work well for all of the other permitting processes and other state processes. So it's okay. Well, how do we do that? So we worked with stakeholders and we implemented a process that can get down to 1 year. FERC approved it in March of 2022. We said, although we had a really big queue cycle the previous fall of 78 gigawatts, we think we can get there. And then what happens in July of 2022 with the IRA was implemented. MISO approved its first tranche of LRTP projects, $10 billion. And then we had an influx of 171 gigawatts of projects. And that basically put us to a snail's crawl. And so now we've been trying to figure out what do we do now to be able to work through these processes. In 2023, we went and did another financial queue reforms. We went in JTIQ, we did a cap. The financial queue reforms got us from 171 to 124, so it did decrease our applications, but not enough. The queue cap will certainly help, which was just recently approved by FERC earlier this year. And so we know that going forward, our queue sizes won't be any more than 50% of our peak load. So when our queue cycle closes in September, we'll know we're not going to get any more than 78 applications for that cycle. So that will certainly help us process these applications more. But we still have to figure out how we work through this backlog and really get moving. And so that's where Pearl Street comes in. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Here, this is just kind of a quick list of some of the most recent improvements that we put into place. I've mentioned most of them in the previous slide, whether it be Order 2023 compliance, FERC, our JTIQ, our financial reforms, our Q cap, and we're launching our own new in-house application tool, which will replace the Grid Unity tool that'll be launching here in July. And that better interfaces with Pearl Street for what we're moving forward to. Next slide, please. So here's what a one-year process is supposed to look like. So we get applications into the online tool. We do all the pre-screening. That should take about 30 to 90 days to review all of the site control requirements, make sure all the modeling data was done, and then we can go into that first phase of impact studies. What we've seen is that phase one should take about 100 days, but it's taking almost over 2 years. And the main problems are model building. How do you solve a model with that much generation on it when you don't have that much load? How do you identify the network upgrades? How do you coordinate network upgrades together? How do you determine the costs? What you hear from ICs is that cost is one of the most important things for them deciding whether they're going to stay or go. So utilities are basically doing many facility studies in phase one to find out good cost structures. Well, that just takes time, especially when a lot of those upgrades go away when projects drop out of the queue. And so that's where we decided we really wanted to tackle that phase one and work with an automation software to be able to do all of that together, right? We originally brought in Pearl Street in early 2024, just do model building. We had such a hard time just solving the model, and their software was so good at being able to take all that information and solve it so quickly. And then early in 24, we realized we need more than just that. We need the full automation solution, from identifying which units should be paying for these upgrades, what the upgrade should be, and what the cost should be. We've always had a cost estimation guide that's necessary for Order 1000. Could we start utilizing that in the queue process? So that's what David will come up here and talk about, as to how we built all that automation into our 2022 phase and our 2023 phase. This week we'll go to decision point 1 for our 2022 phase, which is 2.5 years in the making. And the only reason we're able to do that is because we used Pearl Street to finalize those 22 studies. TOs were still trying to do all this manually processing themselves to evaluate all the different constraints and mitigations together. And that software was able for us to complete that and go to decision point this week. And then when we launch the 23 cycle in September, we'll be able to do the full-fledged automation. So, and then of course, phase 2 and phase 3 are where you're supposed to refine those. You have project dropouts, then you do additional studies, stability studies, and then finally the facility study in phase 3, where you do a full-fledged, you go out there and you survey the land and what's it going to take to build this network upgrade. So, and then to GI negotiations, which, as Brian mentioned, can take some time in of its own. And we're working in that process to say, how do we speed that timeline up as well, to look at language processing. And, a generation interconnection agreement is just a Word document, right? So how do you take the technical aspects that are in a model and put them into a Word document systematically for all those projects? And we're looking to see how we can do AI there. But from here, I'll pass it off to David and let him walk through all the automation that we worked through and built into the Pearl Street software.
Next slide, please. And one more. I regret not making a video that we could all just sort of watch together like Brian, so unfortunately you have to listen to me talk. I thought it'd be helpful to level set about what does an interconnection study, a cluster study, actually look like? What are all of the steps involved? I think Brian, Casey, and Andy did a good job outlining what all happens within a multi-phase interconnection process. But when you're in one of those phases and you're running a study, what is it that you're actually doing from a technical standpoint? So first and foremost, you have to build your power flow models. So take your base transmission system, layer in all of the projects from the queue, anything else you have to put in there, put it in a state where you can then actually run a power flow analysis, run that analysis, identify the constraints, propose the network upgrades, estimate their costs, cost allocate to all of the projects in the queue or in the cluster, and then spit out a report to be consumed by stakeholders, primarily interconnection customers. So these are all of the steps of a steady state study. Next slide, please. And when it comes to automation, I feel like this is starting to go away now, but for a long time, there's been a bit of a misconception about, what are we actually automating? Because people talk about, well, we need to automate our power flow studies. Power flow studies have actually been automated probably for decades at this point. Like actually automating the power flow simulations of all the contingencies and everything, that has been done. What isn't really automated super well is all of the rest of the steps here. So just figuring out what is it that I am modeling. Like, yeah, at a high level, you understand all of the projects from the queue. What about your prior queue? What's still in service? What's withdrawn? What prior queue network upgrades are you including? Why? So just keeping track of all of that data, building those cases. And then, of course, we already touched on the solution development. Like, how do you figure out what upgrades are appropriate for the constraints that you're seeing? How do you estimate their costs? And then how do you create a report? Shockingly, report generation is often fairly manual today. I mean, you do have engineers working with Excel and copy pasting things, and it can be complicated. Next slide, please. What makes it more complicated is that it's not like this all just happens once. So within a cluster study, you're actually running a cluster study multiple times. And that iteration comes into play in a number of ways. First off, when you identify a network upgrade to resolve a constraint, how do you actually confirm it resolves a constraint? You got to rerun the simulation again. And if you have thousands of constraints and thousands of upgrades like MISO has in the DPP studies, you're basically running it over and over again until you have validated that all of the constraints are clear. And that's not the only iterative step in the study process. Like we heard a lot, this morning in the markets related discussions about energy only and capacity. In GI studies, there's an ERIS study, there's an NRIS study. Generally, you have to run ERIS first, figure out the constraints, the upgrades, the costs, add those into the models, and then you run the network resource study. So that's another iterative aspect that's involved. And if you're not automating all of these steps, at some point your process is going to break down and it's going to take a lot of time. Next slide, please. So what we've deployed at MISO is kind of the first version, right? V0 of automating this entire process. So what's on this slide is a very high level abstraction, but it covers basically all of the, oh, thank you, random Zoom person, for the, nobody in the room has clapped. Anyway, yeah, so this is an abstraction, of course, but it touches on all of the aspects that there's another one, that I covered on the past couple slides. So build the models, run the study, figure out your constraints, your upgrades, your costs, and then iterate until this is all clear. And the goal, and I mean, I should say, it's something we succeeded, like basically have all of this run in under a day. So you can produce a cluster study report in less than a day. Now, that's not to say that you would want to have a one-day turnaround for your interconnection customers. There's a lot of review and engineering input that goes into putting out a final result, which I'll actually cover in a couple slides, but end-to-end automation, right? That's what we're putting together here. Next slide, please. So for the next few slides, I'll just cover a few of these steps individually, not all of them and not in any level of detail, but happy to talk about it offline. So starting with the model building, right? How do you create the models upon which you are running your power flow study? This is something that we actually didn't automate for the 2022 cycle because we were just sort of thrown into that cycle kind of midway, or more than midway, whatever. Close to the finish line. But this is something that we will be automating moving forward. So taking MISO's MTEP models and then layering on current and prior queued projects, any transmission upgrades that go along with them, or other projects, perhaps like LRTP, and then data overrides for some of the submission data that is not necessarily in a standard format. A lot of this can be 5 minutes. Thank you. A lot of this can be customized just to follow transmission owner criteria and practice, like voltage schedules. But again, very manual process historically, something that we've automated, as well as the automation of updating the auxiliary study files like con, mon, and sub, if you're familiar with the jargon. Next slide, please. So really quick on this. So as far as network upgrade selection goes, I'm certainly not going to take credit for this. I think this is an effort that was really steered by MISO to come up with a series of rules to automate the selection of network upgrades. This is public. I'm actually just realizing what's in the slide. There is a link here, but it's to an older draft version. I think there's a newer version that has been posted. But the idea was to make this process transparent. Based on sound engineering principles and not gold plating the system, but something that makes sense and is reasonable and justifiable, particularly for an earlier phase, earlier stage interconnection study. On the next slide, I have a very simple example, especially in regards to not gold plating the system. So if you run some contingency and you identify an overloaded line, what we then do is we basically add a new conductor in parallel, not necessarily the biggest conductor you can go to, but something that is just needed to handle the amount of loading on the line. All of this gets resolved again. The analysis gets resolved. The needs get recomputed. If there's still a need for another upgrade, it moves to the next part in the decision tree, which again is public. You can review it offline. And the idea is basically to do this for all constraints throughout the system until everything is clear. I don't want to necessarily like say least cost, but definitely in a way that we're not just jumping the gun and saying, yeah, build a 765 kV line where, you know, maybe you just need a reconductor. Next slide, please. And yeah, in terms of what makes something that takes a day to compute to like, you know, 90 days or whatever to actually post, it is important that we don't cut study engineers and transmission owners out of the process. And one of the things in particular that we built into the software is the ability for transmission owners or engineers at MISO to override the automation. So maybe the you know, the default upgrades are good enough for most things, but some constraints it just makes more sense. Like a TO has more knowledge about how a particular constraint should be mitigated. They have the ability to supply overrides, which are then sort of automatically taken into the system on the next run through. And they can do that through a templated Excel workbook or through an IDEV file, to use another piece of jargon. Next slide, please. So real quick on this, I won't spend too much time on it, but the only point I wanted to make is that this is all built on a scalable cloud architecture. So as complexity increases in interconnection and transmission planning, this is all built from the ground up in a way that scales with that complexity. So if Andy wanted to go crazy and start running like 100 or 1,000 models, you know, as part of a DPP process, like this could scale up to accommodate that sort of computation. Not that you necessarily will, but you know, capabilities there. Next slide, please. I think I'm actually turning it off to you now to wrap up.
Sure. This slide really just shows what the tool was able to do. So after we did that automation and built it, we did utilize it. Well, first we did a test case with just our 21 cycle that was already done, and the phase one had already been completed. And we just replicated it, and we said, how close can sugar software replicate what we just did, and took us over a year to do. And within a few days, they were able to match it with 99% accuracy. So obviously there's different tools and different decisions how an engineer might do it versus how the automation did it. But the accuracy was there, and the cost estimates were all in the same ballpark too. And so that was our way of validating that this moving towards this sugar automation was suitable from just our other ways of our engineers doing it manually, just using you know, PSSC, MUST, and Terra and things like that, but actually utilizing the software. And again, we were able to then finalize it again when we utilized it for the 2022 phase one study, which we just finalized, and we're moving to decision point this week. That's really the end of our presentation. We'd be happy to, I think the next slide is just a question slide. So happy to take Q&A.
Right, Andy, David, thank you very much for presenting. A note for those online, please use the Q&A feature in Zoom to ask your questions to make sure we can call on you. And I think we'll take some questions from the audience.
Great presentation. I think this is a question for you. We know SPP is trying to combine, you know, their high-level transmission planning with their generation interconnection studies. Does MISO have similar approach, or do you have plan to automate, let's say, MTAP process in a similar fashion?
I commend SPP for what they're trying to do. We are not there yet. We still see our MTEP process, transmission planning process, and our generator interconnection process being parallel. That's why we want to get down to a year as well, right? So that they start and finish at the same time. The idea of moving them together, it's a bold initiative that SCP is moving, and I wish them success on it, but we're not ready to take that on yet.
Hey, Andy, David, thanks for presentation. Always good to hear it again. Quick question on the benchmarking slide. You left us off exactly where I wanted to pick things up. Could you talk a little bit more about the benchmarking exercise, both when the models diverged. Did you learn anything about the differences between them that would inform future development? Was there any interesting things there? And also, do you see yourselves needing to benchmark all the time, or is this a sort of one and done kind of thing? Or moving forward, are you going to keep using that? Thanks.
I would say so. It's one and done. You know, we did 21, did 22. That was enough. To continue to do that would just take engineers' time away from moving forward with the Q studies. What we found was that there were other tool sets, right? And this is a whole new solution set. So there were tweaks with our current processes that we were able to find didn't quite work right. So that should have been a light on it. The cost estimates all were really in line holistically. They didn't align on a micro scale, but that's really just because we just let the tool finish as it was, versus in the Q process we let the engineers come in and say, oh no, that's not the right upgrade, it should be this one, right? Something that the tool doesn't know is, well, that you can't build into that substation because there's no more land usage. So those are kind of things that an engineer will know that the software doesn't. And so, those results that we expected, we saw as an outcome of that benchmarking, is where there would be a difference between what an engineer came up with is what software came up with. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the first to admit that I think that what we've built so far is really just kind of the foundation. Like I said earlier, version 0. I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue to improve, especially like the network upgrade process. And in particular, even if we don't necessarily change the decision tree, because we don't really want to turn that into like a black box that people don't understand or can't follow, there is more transmission owner specific data that the system could take into account to produce a result that is closer to what the transmission owners would do. Like that benchmarking exercise, a lot of that was based on the default conductor and cost data from the MTEP guide, the cost estimation guide. But one thing that we're doing now is working with MISO's TOs for them to submit what are your internal cost estimates for these? Like, how can we take that into account? So when we put out an estimate for like a line going through a swamp, right, it might not be the same dollar per mile estimate as what's, through a prairie somewhere.
And further on that point is that we'll still have, this is just phase 1, right? There's still all the additional stability studies, short circuit studies that all come in phase 2 that sugar isn't designed to mitigate, right? So, but we could take those upgrades that come out of those processes and plug them back into the process, right? So, where I see MISO going in the future is how do I continue to deploy sugar into phase 2 and things like that, right? At least to do that initial constraint mitigation, constraint identification, and then being able to then feed in those results for overloads from other processes.
As a side note, please identify yourself when asking a question. Also, we have a question online.
Hello, so I'll be asking the online question. How transparent for developers will the sugar implementation process be compared to the current process?
The first part you can fill in. I want to push back on the usage of the term the sugar process. It is MISO's process, of which we have implemented it in sugar. So it is as transparent as MISO's BPM.
And I would say it's more transparent because of the work of the white paper, right? The decision tree that we developed to say, hey, if this is the type of overload, this is the type of upgrade we should use. The use of the cost estimation guide, all of those have never been used before in the Q process. So I would say it's more transparent. The only difference would be is which software solution did you use to solve and do all that automation, right? Did you do existing tools now and an engineer goes and hits the buttons? Or do you use the software that just runs it? So.
I think we have time for another question or two from the room.
Okay, great presentation. My name is Wombe from Great Insights. I have one more question about the sugar process, the MISO process. So yeah, we all know that phase 1 study is going to be the most complicated and challenging due to the size of the queues and an amount of the complicated constraint that you need to deal with. So then once the phase 1 is done with the sugar, then is MISO planning to use the sugar for the phase 2 and the rest of the study for 2022 and then upcoming 2023 cycles?
not right now. We're still, although the sugar software does automate our process and is an output, our TOs aren't using it, right? They're still using regular PSSE and MUST and Terra processes and things like that. And so, right now the plan is just to hand it off to the TOs for them to continue to do phase 2 and phase 3 studies. But we'll be working with them in the background to say, hey, this is what the software can do. This is how it can do time savings. So let's see how we can continue to utilize it in further processes. But we're only committing to using it in phase 1 right now.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Andrew Martin with Mira Energy. So there's been a longstanding ethos in the industry of allowing all the transmission planning engineers in the community to use these solvers like PSSE, Terra, and hopefully someday Sugar. I'm wondering if there are any plans to open up access to Sugar to other transmission planning engineers. Right now, there is a gap in being able to actually reproduce results that MISO is putting out.
It's a good question. And yeah, first to admit that we don't necessarily have the same business model, I think, as a lot of traditional software vendors. What I will say is that, we do make a platform available to interconnection customers to help replicate MISO studies in ways that they not necessarily been able to do before. Whether we open up Sugar to other stakeholders in the industry, I think TBD. We haven't really ruled either way. And I think, especially in regards to transmission owners and being able to work on these studies, participate more actively in the solutioning process, it's a maybe. But I don't necessarily know if we will provide the software in the same way that other vendors have.
And from my perspective, I'm not sure it's necessary. Based on our benchmarking, we're over 99% aligned with what Sugar came out with and what our current processes use. And so if a TO or an IC comes to us and says, I don't necessarily agree with this outcome, this network upgrade, all those normal processes will still be in place, right? ICs, TOs will always be able to provide questions to the outcome of the software, to the mitigations that were used, and our engineers will always work with them on coming up and finding what the common solution will be. So.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, Celine from Newton Energy Group. I've been seeing a lot more on the news about connect and manage approach, which Texas is embracing, which is, manage it through local upgrades perhaps, but mostly real time, redispatch and curtailment. I don't know much about, interconnection processes personally, but just wanted to hear from another ASO. Why do you think that would work or not work for the rest of the United States?
It's one of my favorite topics, and it won't work for the rest of the United States. It works in Texas because Texas is an island, and they don't have a capacity market. So they every solution that I do, I have to go and then work with SPP and PJM and TVA and Manitoba and coordinate because we're all connected in the Eastern Interconnect, and so my generation flows on their system, right? And so we all have to coordinate that. ERCOT doesn't have to do that, right? Their HVDC borders allows all their flow to stay in and not impact anybody else. And so if it was ever to be looked at from an Eastern Interconnect perspective, it'd have to be like everybody has to do it together. And then another is that Connect and Manage works for energy only. We have a capacity crisis right now, not an energy crisis, right? We need capacity products, not just energy only products.
Thank you very much, Andy and David. Thank you. All right, finishing off this session, we have Luke Ellis of the Tennessee Valley Authority presenting to us virtually. Luke, if you could turn your camera on and go ahead and share your slides. And we are, it turns out, no, surprise, you're in person. Okay, Luke, if you could come up, please.
All right. Hope everyone's doing well today. My name is Luke Ellis. I'm an engineer at Tennessee Valley Authority in our interconnection planning and interconnection and interregional planning group. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the development of our cluster-based interconnection procedures and automation tool in Terra. This presentation was made in coordination with Sangwan and from PowerGen. And I'll also mention that these slides represent TVA's experience with PowerGen, but is not an endorsement for PowerGen. So next slide, please. So quick agenda. I'm going to give a quick overview of TVA, talk a little bit about our legacy serial interconnection methodology, and then our new cluster interconnection methodology, and then lastly, automation using Terra. Next slide, please. So TVA was established by the New Deal in 1933 to address economic and environmental challenges in the Tennessee Valley. We provide power to 7 states total, including Tennessee and portions of the surrounding 6 states. We serve 153 local power companies and 59 direct serve customers. TVA is dual peaking. We reaching peak loads close to 35,000 megawatts in both summer and winter. Our current interconnection queue has 117 applicants for a total of almost 26,000 megawatts. And these are spread amongst 3 buckets: the legacy LGIP projects, the transitional serial, and the transitional cluster projects. The previous serial process that I'm going to talk about soon was created to comply with the FERC Order 2003, and this new cluster process and the Terra tool were created to comply with FERC Order 2023. Next slide, please. So TVA's legacy interconnection methodology was based off of a comparative analysis. We had a study case with the study or queue generator, and we would compare that to our base case. In that case, we would have a static study area that we would create, all generators within a 5% distribution factor or within a 75-mile radius would be included in that study area. And all of that TVA generation would be turned online. We would evaluate summer and winter peak cases, evaluating P0 through P6 contingencies and allowing redispatch as specified for events as specified in TPL1. For our peak cases. We also evaluated spring maintenance scenarios where we would study P3 and P6 contingency types N-2 and fixing all overloads, so not allowing any redispatch for mitigation. The criteria for transmission mitigation to be required is in the study case, a monitored element would have to have a greater than 100% loading and a greater than 5% megawatt impact to facility. This was a good method for the queue of the past. As we say, this is a smaller number of larger generators with a higher probability to be built, but it provides lots of challenges considering the queue of today, which is a larger number of smaller generators, such as solar, with a lower probability to be built. Next slide, please. So talking more about these limitations of our serial methodology, we had a very limited number of dispatch scenarios, such as our battery discharge scenarios would be, just a static dispatch. So in our peak cases, batteries would be discharged. And then we would also study charging, pumping in our spring maintenance case, as well as summer and winter peak for all the TVA area. Meaning if we have 5 other batteries in the study area, those would be charged. We saw long study times because we'd have to do a near full list of contingency analysis for both study and base case, studying generation sequentially, and often having to rerun analysis because of different withdrawals. Lastly, we had a single dispatch scenario. So there was no accounting for generation dispatch variability. If a generator had a negative distribution factor on a certain flow gate, then it could potentially mask issues, and that's not something that we accounted for. We also had issues with unrealistic dispatch. Specifically in our spring studies, independent of capacity factors, we would turn our generation up to reserve it. which required lots of transmission mitigation for spring analysis since we did study N-1 or N-2. And then lastly, for our charging pumping study, we charged on summer and winter peak, which we felt was, again, unrealistic for how those batteries would actually be operated. Next slide, please. So all of these, that comes to FERC Order 2023, which we, directs transmission providers to study interconnection requests in a cluster, which was now the required interconnection study method. So all of these different limitations that we had in our serial process, we kept in mind while discussing how we wanted to comply with FERC Order 23. And next slide, please. We knew that our existing study tools and criteria were not adequate. To replicate this existing methodology, we'd have to turn on all of the Q generation in a cluster and all the TVA generation. This would likely cause issues with getting the cases to solve. We'd have to probably export that generation to solve the case. Probably have to add in network upgrades such as different reactive devices to get the cases to solve. We just thought overall was an unrealistic power flow scenario. Also, cost allocation was required for FERC Order 2023, which we would have to either do by hand or write in-house automation for, which we thought was going to be a challenge. So because of these reasons, we began to look to externally developed solutions. Next slide, please. So within TVA transmission planning, Terra had been used historically for traditional FCITC or transfer limit studies. So we were aware of the commercially available Terra generator deliverability tools, such as the MISO NRIS, MISO ERIS tool, and CAISO and PJM generator deliverability. So we wanted to look at the we wanted to identify and utilize the best practices that we know had already been in use. So TVA developed test data, test cluster, what we called it, and we ran gen deliverability studies with all of these tools and compared it to our existing serial methodology. We saw immediate benefits with the study time being much quicker, since Terra will have the ability to run DC with AC verification. Also, we had much improved confidence in finding the related constraints because a generator wouldn't necessarily be turned up to its P max value with if it has a negative distribution factor. So, next slide, please. So while we were testing these different tools, we worked closely with our operations group to talk about the different types of scenarios that we wanted to run, and we came up with pretty much 4: a summer peak for both NRIS and ERIS, a shoulder charging, which we would use a shoulder case for, which a much more realistic load level in which TVA would charge batteries. That's something we would run for NRIS, and then lastly, spring, which the name of that is Spring ERIS, but we would run that analysis for both ERIS and NRIS. In all of these different scenarios, the Q generators would be offline in our base case. So that would greatly decrease the number of cases that we'd have to build, and those generators would be turned up dynamically per the criteria of whatever scenario that we're running. So the effort saved is big there. And like I mentioned, we worked closely with our operations group to talk about these different scenarios that we wanted to run, the different contingencies to enforce, as well as the different distribution factor and megawatt impact cutoffs. Next slide, please. So the overall design concept of all of these different scenarios was a two-step process. Step 1 would be to identify the potentially limiting constraints, which is often referred to as flow gate screening. So in the flow gate screening, we would identify monitored elements and contingency pairs that may become overloaded due to a variety of generation dispatches as opposed to a single dispatch. The flow gate screening would dynamically find clusters of harmer generators, that is, a generator with a positive distribution factor that could be constrained due to the selected flow gate. And the flow gate screening has the ability to consider the redispatch of legacy TVA generation, previously approved queues, as well as the current queue. It also has the ability to consider battery discharging in a consistent way. As we saw in the other scenario, shoulder charging is the only scenario in which we would be charging batteries. And it would be finding these clusters of harmer generators for every single different flow gates. It would have its own dispatch pattern. So after the flow gate screening, that would be an input to the step 2, which is the actual gen deliverability analysis. And that analysis performed for every single flow gate identified in step 1. So we would apply the specific loading calculation criteria for each Moncom pair, calculating the final loadings, and then Terra would automatically output all of the associated gen deliverability reports. Next slide. So our cluster study criteria for our summer NRIS study, this example on the right shows an example dispatch for an identified flow gate. And so our criteria would be the top 20 generators that meet the following cutoffs: greater than a 5% distribution factor, or greater than 5% megawatt impact and a 2% distribution factor would have the ability to participate in the top 20 dispatch. In our summer NRIS, we would perform P1, P2, and P3 contingency types. And within the top 20 list, both queue generators, previous queue, and existing generation would all have the ability to be dispatched. And then in the example there, you can see the yellow generators are dispatched due to the distribution factor cutoff, and then the blue are dispatched as associated with its megawatt impact cutoff. So next slide, please. And then, like I mentioned previously, we also have a shoulder charging NRIS analysis where we would study only the charging portion of all energy storage facilities. That is queue, previous queue, TVA batteries, since we are assuming that all constraints due to these batteries being dispatched, injecting would be caught in the summer NRIS study. So we really only, in the shoulder charging, are looking for the thermal violations if at least one queue battery is charging to harm a flow gate. That is, if it has a negative distribution factor. Also, the summer ERIS, which has essentially the same calculation for generators in the top 20 for summer NRIS, but the biggest difference being that if only queue generators will be dispatched to Pmax. So all other generators in the top 20 list would stay at their PGen value. And this is a less conservative analysis than summer NRIS, due to the increased dispatchability of ERIS generators. Next slide, please. And then the last scenario that we had developed was the spring analysis. So while we were coordinating with our operations group, we agreed that we still wanted to perform some sort of spring maintenance scenario. But while we were testing these different tools and looking at spring, we realized that we can't use a traditional generator deliverability tool, because with P6 contingencies, if we're only turning up harmer generators, we're going to see way too many issues. So we turned to using the MISO ERIS comparative analysis design. So that design is very similar to how we did things serially. You would create two cases, study and bench, and the study case had all the generators turned online and then generation turned down to balance the case. But we had concerns that we'd be turning down too much TVA legacy generation, especially since in the spring we have a lower load level. And so if we have 8 gigawatts of queue generation, we'd be having to scale down a lot of TVA nuclear and stuff that would normally be dispatched in the real time in that season. So we were really worried that it would create an unrealistic dispatch and also may require base network upgrades, upgrades that have to be implemented to get the case to solve. Next slide, please. So we developed our new TVA spring ERIS thermal constraint criteria. So all queue generators are offline in the base case, like I mentioned earlier, and they're turned on dynamically per our criteria. So instead of needing a study and a base case, we only need a base case with these generators modeled, and they'll be turned on dynamically. So for each identified potential violation, only 3,000 megawatts, including the worst harmers and the best helpers of only the current study queue projects. So meaning if you have a really high helper, a really high distribution factor helper, negative distribution factor, that would be turned on, and on, as opposed also to positive distribution factor harmer, that would also be turned on, which essentially provides the same result as a MISO-ERIS comparative analysis, because that's how the study case is built for that tool. So that 3,000 megawatts, we felt that any more generation, 4,000 or 5,000 megawatts, would displace too much existing TVA generations, and any less we felt couldn't fully get the impact of that specific cluster. So after some trial and error, we landed on that 3,000 megawatt mark. Also, previous queue projects can also participate if they meet the spring constraint criteria. So after this generation is dispatched, we'll apply the individual and cumulative criteria, which we have distribution factor and megawatt impact criteria. And if queue generators will meet that constraint criteria, they'll participate in the cost allocation. Next slide, please.
As a note, 5-minute warning.
Thank you. So this is a quick example of a spring ERIS dispatch. So generators 1 through 16, all of these would have to be queue generators. And this is kind of contrasted with the MISO ERIS dispatch. All of these queue generators will be online, independent of any distribution factor or megawatt impact with this specified flow gate. But for the TVA spring dispatch, we would only go up to the 3,000 megawatt mark, only dispatching the highest impact generators. So essentially taking the absolute value of that distribution factor and turning them online one at a time in a descending list. So again, these would be turned on dynamically via the criteria up to that 3,000 megawatts for each MonCon pair. Also, the question was asked, what if outside of that 3,000 megawatts, what if there's a queue generator that meets our criteria? And that's example is shown for generator 16 there, which meets the individual defects criteria, but is outside of that 3,000 megawatt dispatch. And in that case, that would be considered an adder. And the megawatt impact would be directly added on to the branch rating for that specific flow gate. Next slide, please. So actually running the study in Terra, step 1 and step 2 can both be ran with a single click. An entire generator deliverability study, which can use DC contingency analysis with AC verification, can be run just a few minutes. We'll also have scenarios we want to run 3 or 4, then we can use multiple cores for those scenarios. And then automatic output of generator deliverability reports that include interactive analysis in all of the reports, such as right-clicking for the generator deliverability dispatch details for a specific flow gate, or even being able to create cases from the output reports. Next slide, please. So, in conclusion, the development of the tool has been completed in the first half of 2025. TVA recently finished the transitional cluster 2025 with the Gen deliverability tool, and we're about to begin a restudy. About 7 gigawatts was studied in the transitional cluster, which also considered transitional serial projects. And those draft reports were sent out, and we will have the final cluster report available after our restudy ends in the September 25 mark. And the TVA Gen Deliv tool, all of the different scenarios we talked about will be available as a Terra add-on option sometime soon. For next steps, we have different ideas for continuing to develop the tool, such as cost estimate automation for screening studies. So giving kind of a rough estimate for how much it would be to add generation here, and report creation directly from the Terra tool. This would be to This would output the flow gates, the megawatt impact cutoff, or the megawatt impacts, the defaxes, the cost allocation to avoid any human error that could occur. And then lastly, a voltage study tool, implementing that into the generator deliverability tool as well for future cluster studies. So that is into my presentation. Any questions?
Great. Thank you very much. All right, we'll start with some questions in the room. I'd like to remind everyone to please introduce yourself when you're asking a question. And if you're online, please use the Q&A feature in Zoom to ask your questions. Thank you.
Russ Ulrich, Polaris. I wanted to ask the connect and manage question of you because you don't have a capacity market. So why does it matter?
I guess, and I'm not the best person to speak to this, but we, via FERC Order 2023, we will be having a capacity versus energy option, right? So I guess we will now, yes. But historically, we have not. You're right.
Yeah, my name is Felix Wang from Great Insights. My question is kind of about, during this automation process, what's your, solution or intention to further automate the transmission solution identification process? It's like, do you still need engineer to look at the overload and figure out, should I build a new line from A, fix A to C instead of just overload this? Is this part of the automation loop?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, at the moment, that's our, yes. If we will manually be looking at the results and deciding internally of different transmission mitigation, whether that be, just fixing that specific line, reconductor, or whether it be a new transmission line, and then we would, rerun that analysis. So yeah, that's our current method. Yeah.
Understood. Thanks.
All right, we have a question online.
All right, so the online, excuse me, the online question has two questions for you. So the first one is, can you comment on how long running this new ERA's analysis takes and what kind of computing resources are required? And two, how the simulation results compare to the MISO-style comparative analysis?
So specifically the Spring tool, it takes, since we still have the capability for DC with AC verification, it runs in a matter of minutes, as opposed to previously, and our previous tool took a lot longer. What was the second part of that question again? Sorry.
The type of computing resources that are required, and then how it compares to the MISO-style comparative analysis.
So in our studies that we've done using the MISO ERIS tool and the Spring TVA tool on TVA system, the results are very similar. The thermal loadings will vary a little bit because MISO will dispatch, has all the study generators dispatched, so there will be megawatt impacts for lower distribution factor generators that affect the thermal loadings. But since TVA's tool dispatches the highest impact generators first, thermal loadings, we didn't see any huge differences. And the computing power, you can run all of on a single core laptop is what we can use to run our studies.
Right, we have time for some more questions from the room. All right, last call for questions. All right, hearing none, I think we're going to wrap up here. I will just have a small announcement. And Luke, thank you very much for presenting.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for our last session today here in the CMR, session T4A. Again, I'm Alex. Good to be with you. Today's session will start with a presentation from Rob Homer of Energy Exemplar on bridging the gaps, co-optimizing energy systems for a resilient future. Rob, step forward, please. and Rob Hicks on the booth. Can we bring up Rob Homer's slides, please? Thank you very much. All right, so if you're expecting any equations in this presentation, there are none. So if that's going to be disappointing, there's probably another session next door that probably have equations in their presentation. So anyway, that's my intro. That's my joke. Not very good, obviously. So, all right, next slide, please. All right, so we're going to be talking a little bit about a study that we did at Energy Exemplar. I'll do a quick introduction of us, a little bit about the models that we put together, kind of introduce the configuration, and cover some results of a study that we did at Energy Exemplar we think is a bit unique. All right, next slide, please. A little bit about Energy Exemplar for you guys that don't know us. We are actually a software solution. We produce a techno-economic optimization and simulation product called Plexos. We also have a product called Aurora and Adapt2. This just gives you a kind of idea of our size and our customer base. So next slide, please. All right, so just a little bit about this particular study. We're going to jump right in and introduce you a little bit about what we put together, what this analysis was about, what do we mean by co-optimization. So really, we had set across to create a goal of a more robust, accurate, and complete model of the entire energy system. Now, the other thing I'm going to be talking a little bit about today as well is gas. And I know we haven't spoken at all about a gas system in these discussions, but we are going to talk a little bit about the natural gas markets and the configuration of the natural gas system. Our co-optimization is both the power and gas systems across a specific area, which would be the New England ISO region. I'll go into a little bit more details about the specifics of the models that we use to produce that co-optimization. But in all reality, we call it co-optimization, but it is actually a global optimal solution that we have. So it is a single least cost optimization problem that we're solving across both the power and gas system simultaneously. And again, this is really kind of targeted towards the ISO New England region. Next slide, please. All right, so what was our objective? Coming into this, we recognized that this really hadn't been done a lot. I know that there's a few folks that have attempted it where they iterate between different systems. So we wanted to determine whether or not this is actually a feasible problem. Can we actually optimize the two systems together? Can we actually produce an answer in a reasonable amount of time? And what are the computational limitations of such a model? And then we wanted to determine whether or not there was something unique about was there some unique insights? Were there results that we could get out of a model that's this robust that we wouldn't see by evaluating a power system and a gas system independent like is done today? And really, can we improve any accuracy of our existing models based on the co-optimization of these two systems? And really, is this a novel solution, right? So some analysis about, have other people attempted this? What are the methodologies that others have attempted to do? Like I mentioned before, there's some standard studies that have been done where they iterate back and forth between different solutions. Does this make our complex problems easier to solve? Can we answer more questions, or can we get a better sense of an answer faster with a co-optimized solution? So hopefully we'll get to the end here. We'll answer these questions. So next slide, please. All right. So when we look at the overall energy system and the topology of the energy system, most of the conversations that we've had today are predominantly going to be focused in the middle section in this particular chart, really around traditional generation, transmission. Obviously, you focus on our transmission problems. A lot about renewables, battery storage as well as a major component of those discussions. And I would say that most of the folks that are here are probably experts in those spaces. And the area that is so dependent on our generation stack, in particular for natural gas in North America, is because we have so much infrastructure and supply in the U.S. And so
we recognize it makes sense to include the left-hand side of this particular diagram, which is really the gas system. So we look at the energy system holistically across all the different aspects. So not just the power system, but the gas, as well as your renewables, water, cascading hydro, anything that's really kind of interconnected, including emerging technologies like hydrogen, electrolysis facilities, green and blue. All right, next slide, please. All right, so a little bit about the study that we did. So what we started with was a model with the entire Eastern Interconnect, an 8760 model of the Eastern Interconnect, a zonal model in which we optimized against and co-optimized with our gas system. And with that much detail, generally speaking, it wasn't computationally feasible problem. I mean, I can imagine anybody here could probably told me that before we started. Reality was it took 81 hours to solve 1 year. It just wasn't a feasible answer. So we started with the Eastern Interconnect and we scaled it down to looking at just the New England region. But this just gives you a little indication of the base model that we started with. Next slide, please. And just a little bit about some of the components of the EIC model that we started with. So this is just a 2019 backcast, which just gives you some sense of the accuracy of this particular model. What we do to go through and benchmark those particular models. So and the data that we use in order to validate our power system models. Next slide, please. Again, a little bit more about the backcast. This particular is just a specific week, looking at our PGM prices, our ISO New England prices. Really, this is necessary for us to make sure that when we go through and we put this together with our gas model, that we have a reasonable expectation of the outcomes of our results. Next slide, please. All right, so now let's talk a little bit about the gas system. So we started with the Eastern Interconnect. We have also running within Plexus a North American gas fundamental data set. So this covers, as you can see here, a pretty robust and intricate understanding of the fundamental, basically the fundamentals of how the gas market works within North America. So it covers everything from 76 price hubs, every storage facility that's within the U.S. It operates 172 interstate pipelines, multiple demand areas. Those demand segments cover, industrial, commercial, residential, transportation, gas sectors as well. And so this spans a fairly robust gas system. And if we're only going to isolate the system down to the New England area, this is probably too complicated and unnecessarily complicated. But it's a starting point. This model was already built, so we didn't really have to do anything to kind of construct it from scratch. Next slide, please. Again, just some indication of our benchmarking that we've done and looking at the historical results. Obviously, most people are going to be interested in the Henry Hub price strip, but we also posted, just for your interest, Algonquin. Given that we are going to be looking at the New England region, Algonquin makes sense. Our production generally is tracking our lower gas demand is pretty well in line, and gas storages follow pretty closely too as well. All right. So here's where it's going to start to get a little bit more interesting. Next slide, please. All right, next slide. So this is where we're going to actually bring these two models together. I'm going to talk a little bit about, so that was basically the framework for the starting of bringing these systems together, executing those as a co-optimized model, finding out that it really isn't feasible. So let's focus in on a very specific area. New England seemed to be the right area. For those interested, New England is a bit of an island. They don't produce their own native, a whole lot of their own native energy. And they import a lot of both gas and electricity into that region. And so it's a really interesting area to isolate down in on and look at specifically. So the model, as you can see here, is the New England area. So we did a carve out of the Eastern Interconnect to the New England ISO region. And then we went through and simplified the North American gas data set to be much more straightforward. So we got rid of a lot of the complexity on the storages, the demands and pipeline system. in order to get the problem size down substantially. So the data sets that we have for the ISO New England region includes, and this is important, include all the known build-out schedules. This data set's a little dated. It's as of 2022, but it runs out to 2050 and includes all known capacity projects in the pipeline at that time. All right, next slide, please. And just to show more of a logical representation of this particular configuration. And so in the upper right-hand side, this is kind of the power system that we've got represented, and then the lower left-hand side is what we're modeling on the gas network. And then really what is connected is that we have our gas nodes. Instead of using fuels to represent fuel contracts connected to your gas-fired generators, we remove that and basically directly connect the gas system so that in essence it honors all the downstream or all the upstream constraints from the production fields all the way through the system, all the way through the generators. And so it has to honor all of the operating characteristics of the gas system up to that gas-fired generator. Thank you. Next slide. All right, so let's cover a little bit about the results. All right, so all of these slides that I'm going to cover here are all going to basically be represented of the dark blue line represents our co-optimized model results, and the light blue line represents our base case model. So what we did after we got done to validate the feasibility of these models was to ensure that our results generally tie off to what we had done in our previous model. So I'm going to compare my gas model results to my co-optimized results, and my co-optimized power model results to my power only results. And that's what we're going to look at in these slides. And so what we're wanting to do is to make sure that our results generally benchmark to the base case models. So our light blue line is our base gas only model. Dark blue line is our co-optimized model. So we're generally tying off. We're definitely using more gas in the co-optimized model than we were otherwise. The light blue line and the lower one shows that, generally speaking, most of the extra production through the whole of North America is coming from Texas, an increased amount of production coming out of Texas. Next slide, please. This is our storage inventories. So this is our ending volume inventories. What we're seeing here is that we're generally seeing more storage usage on our co-optimized model. So in essence, it's depleting more gas in the later years. They generally track pretty closely in the early years. As we get out, you're seeing that we're getting more depletion to the lower parts of the gas storage, but all in all, less and less use of the gas storage is going forward. But all in all, our models are generally tying off. All right. Next slide, please. So this is going to be our fuel prices. So this is where it starts to get a little more interesting. Okay, great. We're seeing the same results. Is this really telling me anything new that I wasn't seeing before? Well, yeah, now I am, right? So now I'm starting to see some major gas price blowouts in my co-optimized model going forward. And so, as I get into these later years, out past 2030, 2035, we're starting to see some major price increases in my co-optimized model past my standard kind of base model. And I'm going to show you exactly what's happening with that. Next slide. So now we're going to look at the power system. So what we've got is, on the top chart is our generation year over year against our load, and our bottom chart is our fuel type, our generation by fuel type. So the top chart gives you an indication of what our load is. Our model's balanced, so I'm actually getting my supply and demand is met, and I'm seeing that I've got an increase in load over some period of time. Obviously, this is a little bit before a lot of the data center build outs, and so we're not seeing as steep a growth in that region on this particular model. Anything that we would do that would be more significant in the load would exacerbate the problems that I'm about to show. But in general, you can see that we do have a load growth coming in. Down below, we can see that we're basically tracking on our fuel types. We're getting a little bit more gas generation, a little less imports, a little less coal generation, but all in all, the two models are pretty well tying off. All right, next slide, please. And our power prices are pretty well tied off until we get to later years. Again, we're seeing some major price blowouts in the latter years. Next slide, please. All right, so this is kind of the interesting slide. So what we're looking at here is the light blue line represents an exogenous input into our gas only model. So this represents fuel offtake from our power generation sector. This model, that data comes from EIA. That is their published expectation of gas usage in the region. And then that orange dark blue line that's above it represents the output from the fuel offtake from our existing models. And so what we're seeing is a drastic increase in gas consumption coming from our co-optimized model over if we are running these kind of as independent models. So we're running our gas only model. We're seeing, you know, this input, basically this light blue line that represents what EIA's assumptions are for our input data for the gas-fired generation. And then up above that, we're seeing, you know, substantially higher amounts of consumption. And so the question is, you know, if we've got this huge gap, what's going to fill the gap, right? So this is what we felt like is a really compelling result. In fact, we spent a good bit of time trying to tie this off to resolve this. We said, oh, this is a problem in the model. We're having issues. You know, obviously we're not benchmarking to our base models. And then we realized that, no, this is actually correct. And the reason why we know this is correct is because our generation is increasing, right? So we have a load increase, our generation's increasing. And the only way we're able to meet that is with our natural gas and our gas-fired generation. And so at the end of the day, I know that there's a lot of interest in the decarbonization of that region. Massachusetts got some very strict regulations passing starting in 2035. And the reduction of gas-fired generation, but you look at this and you go, you know, I mean, there's just a lot of questions that come into play when you look at a chart like this. So, anyway, this was really kind of compelling and interesting on this particular study that we had done. Next slide, please. So, just a few studies that I had done some analysis on that were very similar, same kind of analysis that or at least looking for some similar expectations and outcomes that we were doing in the co-optimized model. So, you know, one of the things that you have to realize is that most of the contracted volumes on capacity, pipeline capacity into the you know, across the U.S. is currently contracted by most LDCs, and so takeaway capacity from our shale fields, in particular in Marcellus and Utica, is limited, right? And so this is a major challenge for getting gas into regions that are highly dependent on a reliable fuel supply into those areas. Next slide, please. All right, so some, you know, kind of what were our observations through this? So from a feasibility perspective, combining a traditional fundamental power and gas model, yeah, it's feasible, right? We proved that we could combine these models, we could get a global optimal solution, optimize the least cost, balance the model, honor all the constraints between both power and gas systems, and get a rational answer in a reasonable amount of time. What we had to do was we clearly had to simplify the model. I mean, that's just necessary on these situations. You have to aggregate. We had to do some simplification and aggregation of the model in order to do that. Some of the key things around modeling energy storage require a substantial amount of perfect foresight in your models, and that is a huge challenge for you know, hourly energy or electricity models. Our outcomes, the base models generally aligned to our, you know, each of the contributing models, but you know, modeling with you know, with those two together as a co-optimized system definitely resulted in unique answers, unexpected answers. That's what we do modeling for, right? Is to be able to come with outcomes that are slightly unexpected or aren't always entirely intuitive answers. And that's absolutely what we found in this particular model. We also found that obviously we're going to see major price blowouts. Generally speaking, that was caused by LNG imports into that region, necessary in order to meet that. So it was basically dispatching the fuel of last resort, which was the most expensive, which is LNG imports. Ultimately, is this novel, you know, co-optimizing power and gas systems together, we think is actually an easier solution when you're looking at things like policy analysis, when you want to understand carbon policy, or you're doing analysis of emissions, or you're going to decommission assets. This will give you a pretty good idea It'll also help you understand the furnace to heat pump switching, so electrification, the gas to power system, which is a really complex problem and difficult to solve. So, it does offer some novelty. One of the things that I mentioned was accuracy. And the reality is that we didn't see, we didn't get to the point where we were able to evaluate whether it was any more accurate than any other particular system. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. We'll now go to Q&A. We'll take some questions from the room. Please remember to introduce yourself before asking your question. Folks online, if you could please enter your questions into the Q&A feature of the Zoom webinar. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Rutkevich, Newton Energy Group. I mean, this is an extremely interesting presentation. And I have gazillion of questions, so I'm going to try to focus on only a few ones. So the first thing that really strikes me is that you see simultaneously reduction in storage use, dramatic reduction in storage use, and the price spikes, dramatic price spikes.
Yep.
So, I can understand that if you are reducing the storage, then you will inevitably see the price spikes.
Yep.
But since you are doing the co-optimization and it includes actually development of capacity, why do we see the storage reduction instead of actually increase the storage capacity?
Yeah, you would definitely expect that, but you could see that even the base model was definitely eroding that usage of the storages on the inventory. Definitely between the co-optimized model and the base model, you were seeing definitely more utilization of those storage fields in later years. But ultimately, yeah, you would expect to see that storage utilizing all of that capacity going forward. The likelihood is in that base model is that we're probably retiring storage capacity for who knows what, likely reasons that's published out there. So.
All right. So I'll yield to others to ask questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Russ Fulbright, Polaris Systems Optimization. I think part of the answer to what you were asking about is a comment that you made about energy storage requires perfect foresight. I didn't quite understand that. If you could explain that. And also, I would expect with the future out years that we would see not necessarily increasing gas demand that would drive higher prices, but increasing gas demand variability and the increasing use of storage in order to manage the variability of other system resources. So if you could illuminate why you thought those results were even correct.
Yep. So the answer to your first part of your question is that when I say perfect foresight, when modeling gas systems, energy storage dictates so much of the behavior of the overall gas system, right? Storage doesn't matter, right? It could be gas storage, it could be battery storage, it doesn't matter. But in order for us to capture the problem properly, we give it foresight. Basically, we give it as much of the problem, the future version of the problem, as we possibly can. So instead of in a traditional, let's say, production cost model where you would say, I'm just going to model an hour at a time, I'm going to model as much of that problem all 30 years in one optimal problem as I possibly can. And in order to do that, the reason why I do that is because the seasonality of gas storages. I have my injection season is traditionally in the northern hemisphere is traditionally going to be my summer months into fall, and then I'm going to withdraw. And in order for it to understand its replacement costs, it's got to see that it's got to replace it. So when it withdraws the gas in the winter, it's got to see that it's got to re-inject in the summertime. And so that foresight is necessary to properly model energy storage, in particular gas storages. There's obviously shortcuts on that, but the reality is that in order to capture more optimal problem, that would be the case. And to answer your second part of your problem, you're right. The fact is that base storage is should actually be more leveraged. Like I said, I suspect that the base model is retiring capacity, and that's the reason why it seems to be pretty consistently doing that. So.
Yeah, I think you actually answered why that is, because I know that Plexos uses a single-stage storage optimization, which requires perfect foresight, but that's not correct. You need to use a two-stage approach. So it's really a formulation issue with how you address long-term storage, whether it's gas or power.
Okay.
So I just wanted to correct, since you were passing some disparaging comments on other vendors. Other vendors do have tools that can do gas and electric co-optimization and do it practically and efficiently, and also solve the full Eastern Interconnection, in fact, the whole North American grid efficiently on a regular basis with folks. So, other folks have solutions out there. If Plexo struggles with them, that's a different issue.
Hi, Celine from Newton Energy Group. You had a slide comparing generation by fuel between co-optimized and base case.
Yep.
I wonder if we can, we can't see the slides, I guess.
Yep, sure.
And you said in the co-optimized model, load growth was mostly meant by more gas generation. But when we compared generation by type, I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, it did. It actually showed more gas. It does.
In
yeah.
the, okay.
Yeah, and the
fine, maybe
co-optimized.
can-
Yeah, it does.
right.
It certainly does. Yep.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Do we have any more questions from the room? We currently don't have any from our virtual audience. Going once, going twice. All right, let's thank our speaker one more time. All right, our next presentation will be a virtual presentation. We'll be welcoming Chenhao Tsai and Bing Wang. They'll be presenting on dynamic reserve requirements. Chenhao and Bing, are you all ready? I see you in the room.
Can you hear me good?
And I think we have Bing as well. And we'll just wait until your slides are up. We should be all set. Here we go. I think we're about to get your slides. All right, we see your slides. Take it away, please.
Sure. Thank you. Can everyone hear me good?
Could you speak up a little bit? You're a little quiet.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me good?
That's better. Thank you.
That's better. Okay. Thank you. This is Chen Tsai from MISO. The MISO team this afternoon actually have two interrelated presentation. I will kick off MISO team's first presentation and talk about the dynamic reserve. And then later, my colleague Arizo will talk about the big endeavor under or MISO's multi-year initiative of uncertainty management and the uncertainty platform. So next slide, please. Sure. In my talk related to the dynamic reserve, there's several key takeaways. First, MISO, as well as our RTO colleagues, utilize several reserve products to manage the uncertainty. And under this uncertainty management initiative, MISO revamps our methodology to quantify the uncertainty and also try to make our reserve requirements dynamic. Later, I will talk about what exactly we mean to make our reserve requirement dynamic. And this big endeavor is really toward a better quantified and data-driven method to enable MISO's capability to make a real-time decision and to better manage the uncertainty when operating the bulk electric grid in MISO footprint. And next slide. So MISO's the effort really MISO's efforts really prompts by our experience or lessons learned, particularly from the Winter Storm Elliott. In this chart, I show you two figures, right? So left-hand side of the figure is what MISO anticipate our grid demand and supply looks like before the storm. We run our market process, we done our forward reliability commitment, and everything looks good. There was expected a ample margin between the supply and our obligation, or the load. But what really happened during the winter storm Elliott, as there's been numerous studies and investigation afterward, point out that the uncertainty may just come up with and rapidly and with a substantial magnitude. So during the winter storm Elliott, MISO footprint experienced a much higher load coupled with a significant force outage. So as you can see in the right-hand side of the chart, almost toward the evening hours, our expected sufficient margin almost disappeared, and we're at the brink of load shedding during this winter storm. So what can we do better? In the next slide, please. Experience of during the experience or the lesson learned from the winter storm Elliott really make MISO thinking, how can we better manage the uncertainty in the future? And one of the key effort under the big umbrella of the uncertainty manager is to make several of our reserve product dynamic. In particular, among the MISO's fleet of the reserve products, there are three particular reserves that were making them to become dynamic, including the short-term reserve, which covers the 30-minute to 3-hour uncertainty, the ramp capability product, which is a product that pre-position our ramp need within the 10-minute to 30-minute time frame. And finally, we're also making our regulation reserve, to dynamic to hedge any uncertainty within the 4 seconds to 5-minute time frame. Next slide. So you hear me talk about making the reserve requirement, making the reserve dynamic. But what exactly that means? That's the big concept of the dynamic reserve requirement, includes two key design features. The first feature is that MISO will preset different levels of reserve requirement. So far, we plan to have two reserve requirement level that will be normal and the high requirement. So this is kind of similar to have different insurance coverage. And the normal and the high reserve requirement derive from the quantified net uncertainty and also based on our risk appetite, right? If we want to hedge against or cover to a higher uncertainty, then we will set the reserve requirement to a high. But for the normal day, that will be using the normal requirement. The second piece of this key design is in the big dynamic reserve requirement concept is that we need to devise a mechanism to forecast the uncertainty before in advance. And then once we foresee a high elevated uncertainty, we will set or dynamically set our reserve requirement to the high level. So this is the two key design features included in this big dynamic reserve requirement endeavor. Next slide. So as I pointed out, MISO is currently making three reserve product dynamic, including short-term reserve, ramp capability, and regulation. For the short-term reserve, which is the first reserve product we have successfully with the full implementation since January 2024, which means for the short-term reserve, we will have a reserve requirement set preset to the normal and high, and then we will have a net uncertainty forecast model that runs daily to predict the uncertainty for the next day. And then depending on the forecasted uncertainty level, we will set the STR or the short-term reserve requirement either to normal or the high uncertainty or the high level, depending when we have a high uncertainty forecast, coming out of our model. And for the ramp capability product and regulation, their requirement and the process to dynamically set the requirement are still in development. For the regulation, we have in June 2025, we have already rolled out the normal requirement. But then for the full implementation for both products, that will be in January 2026. Yeah. Next slide. So let me briefly use the experience or sort of a successful story since we implemented the dynamic short-term reserve requirements in January 2024. In the chart here is a screenshot of the actual uncertainty that forecasted based on our dynamic short-term reserve requirement process. So as you can see, during the two recent winter storm, that would be Winter Storm Heather in January 2024, and the Winter Storm Enzo also in January 2025. Our uncertainty forecast model successfully predicted high uncertainty in advance. And once we have the high uncertainty predicted, the following action in our market process is that MISO will proactively elevate our short-term reserve requirement to the high level, and that put MISO in a better position, with elevated or higher reserve requirement to ensure that our grid operation can reliably pass through these two winter storms. Next slide. And the results we're definitely pleased to see the results and the effect of this dynamic, short-term reserve. As you can see, before we implemented dynamic reserve in Winter Storm Uri and Elliott, MISO would incur a significant uplift cost because of the out-of-market actions that it needed to make sure the grid can reliably went through the heightened uncertainty. But during the Winter Storm Heather and Enzo, because of the dynamic STR and because of we have a uncertainty forecast model that give us a heads up that we have upcoming high uncertainty, we not only we can proactively increase our reserve requirements. So as you can see here, during Winter Storm Heather and Enzo, the uplift payment or cost was both substantially lower compared with our numbers in the Winter Storm and Winter Storm Uri and Elliott. Yep. So I think the successful implementation of the STR also brings more confidence for us to continue this route of making the other two the other two reserve product dynamic, including the ramp capability and the regulation. And later I will turn the floor to my colleague Bin, who will give everyone a more insights of all the challenges that we face when we're trying to set requirement correctly. So Bin, I will let you take over.
All right, thanks, Zhao. First, just to check if everybody can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. So thanks, Zhao, for the introduction of MISO's holistic approach to address this increasing uncertainty we have been seeing through different reserve product. So in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about a little bit more details in the methodologies that we're currently developing for the ramp requirement settings. So next slide, please. Yeah, so in this particular project, we're roughly set into three different stages. So the first one is the net uncertainty quantifications that we're leveraging our historical market data to kind of developing the distribution of the ramp, which is 10-minute uncertainty. And then currently we're working on derive the requirement for the uncertainty component for the ramp capability product. So we're doing the cost and benefit analysis, leveraging the simulation platform that we have developed. So we're going to study into two different conditions. One is the normal conditions, and the other is a high uncertainty conditions. And then we're going to recommend a requirement for each conditions. So after this, the next step is to developing the dynamic process to be able to switch between this normal and high requirement dynamically using the predictions. Basically, we're going to predict the uncertainties, leveraging the machine learning methodologies. So my colleague Arizo is going to talk about more on that in the next presentation. So next slide, please. Yeah, so on our task, the first step is to grouping our historical data. So here at ISO, we have the historical market operation data in both on the real-time market and the day-ahead market. So we're going to separate our data into two big groups. One is the normal conditions, the other is the high uncertainty conditions. So in the next slide, I'm going to talk about more on that, but we'll go back to the current, the last slide. Thanks. So here is an example of the high uncertainty data. So within this high uncertainty bucket, we still need to create different clusters in the purpose to select samples for our cost and benefit analysis. So obviously, we cannot simulate like tens of thousands hours or days with the limited resources. So the way we're developing to creating the clusters and samples is try to use the energy NMP, the system energy NMP, as an estimator or an indicator of how much potential benefits we can get from the adjusted ramp capability up requirement. So then we can cluster our high uncertainty data into different clusters, and then each clusters we will select the sample and then send it for our cost and benefit analysis. And the weighting for that cluster can be calculated by the size of the cluster. So for this particular high uncertainty bucket, we kind of manually choose the vol prices, which are currently sitting at $3,500 for MISO, because that's kind of a artificially created price for the emergency conditions. And then we're sending the rest of the data to K-means to give us the intended clusters and the weighting. So next slide, please. Yeah, so after we are creating different clusters on both the high uncertainty condition and normal conditions, we're getting the samples. Now we're ready to do some simulation to come up with the cost and benefit. So we decided to do this through a real-time market rolling simulation. So at MISO, our real-time market is solved every 5 minutes, and then it's an individual standalone optimization solve only for one intervals that takes in the state estimation for every interval and then solve it and then pass to the next. So in the simulation, obviously we don't have the state estimation as our starting point. So we're able to develop this automatic the real-time rolling simulation, essentially passing the system condition solved from the previous one to the next one so that we can get the accumulated impact from any changing variables into this real-time market. So we choose to do the UDS, the real-time market simulation because it's the closest to the reality, and that's where the benefits of the different RCOP requirement are going to materialize. So we quantified the cost and benefit through the production cost, which is part of the objective functions in each of those real-time market optimization, right? So on the cost side, Obviously, if we increase the reserve, the ramp reserve, then it will increase the system generation and reserve cost. And on the benefit side, so let's say we have a simulation a scenario that we're actually having some extreme event. If we're doing a good job and setting the right requirement, then that will better pre-position those units. So the generation and reserve costs can significantly reduce during those extreme event or intervals. At the same time, the reserve shortages can be reduced, and also the system violation cost, such as the transmission violation cost, can be also reduced. So that is also an example of the benefit. So as we mentioned a couple of times, we're going to study into two different separate groups. One high uncertainty, the other is no more. So this is a work in progress. So we're essentially going to develop a criteria to separate this group, and then we're going to give recommendations for each of the group. So next slide, please.
Hi, Peng. You just have a few minutes left, so if you could please wrap up soon.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so once we get the simulation done, this is essentially how we're going to analyze the results and then provide the recommendations. So this graph created try to explain in the conceptual level how we're going to make the decisions. So for each of the clusters, as we mentioned already, we're going to select the samples, and then those samples will actually shows up in this graph as one of the scenarios, right? So with the corresponding weightings. So what we do is we select each of these samples, and then we plug into different ramp requirement from low to high. For each of the ramp requirement, we're going to receive a production cost. So after we simulating all of those different ramp requirements, we're getting a line showing in one of the three. So for example, in the scenario 1 with the orange line, in a scenario that we're actually not running into very extreme cases, and then if we procure a lot of ramp or requirement, setting a high requirement, that will just keep increasing the cost of the system. On the other end, on the green line scenarios, if the system actually run into some extreme conditions, then the more ramp requirement will be more helpful. So as you can see, that can help reduce the production cost. And obviously, there were other scenarios like sitting in between these two. So the idea is to sample and clustering our data in the right way and in an accurate way, so that we can cover like different conditions under each of these two buckets that we mentioned before. And then after we get all the results for each of the scenarios, we're going to use the weight to calculate the sum of the production cost. So essentially, all of these 10 different scenarios will be aggregated into one single line. And then we can select the lowest point to reflect the best and cost and benefit, kind of balancing between different scenarios. And so that's how we define our optimality in this selection process. So that kind of summarizes our approaches, the methodologies in this development. So with that, I'm going to return back to Chenghao to kind of wrap up this presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ping. So next slide. So yes, as I mentioned earlier, MISO's design for the dynamic reserve requirements, including two key components. One is setting the requirement. So there's definitely more than just 3 slides that have been presented earlier for setting the requirement. And there's also more work to be done for design the process to change the reserve requirement dynamically. And the MISO have plans of what we can do in terms of near term. That will be through a pattern recognition analysis, or the long term, we will develop some short-term uncertainty prediction machine learning model where Arizo will talk more in detail in the presentation later. So I think that's wrap up our portion for the dynamic reserve requirement, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. In-person audience, if you could please introduce yourself before speaking into the mic. Online audience, please submit your questions to the Q&A feature. Thank you.
Hi, Mingguo Hong from ISO New England. Now, so for the real time, you do have the ramp capability requirements, and I'm wondering, so in the forward processes like the day-ahead market and the forward rack process, in the FRAC process, you have a short-term reserve. Is that equivalent to what you're doing for ramp capability requirements? What about the day-ahead market? Yeah, similar ramp requirement. How is it implemented in the day-ahead?
Oh, do you mean the ramp requirement?
Yes. In the real-time market, you have a ramp requirement on top of the normal operating reserve requirement. And how is that the equivalent of the ramp requirement implemented in the day-ahead market and also in the forward rack process?
In the forward rack, I don't believe we have. Forward rack is more for a commitment decision, so the ramp capability is not part of the equation. Yeah.
So what does the short-term reserve stand for? What does it do in addition to the normal operating reserve requirement?
The short-term reserve requirement is a reserve that covers like a 30 minutes to 3 hour time frame uncertainty. So yes, it's a reserve requirement that clears in the day ahead and also carry all the way to the real time. Yep. So if in the real time requirement, we also have the short-term reserve. Yes.
So the co-optimization in real time include contingency
including
reserve, regulating reserve, ramp reserve,
and the short-term reserve.
short-term
Yeah.
reserve. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have one question from online that I'll read. Can you explain why uplift dropped so much with the high reserve requirement being triggered?
The high requirement means when we have high uncertainty forecast, there's really two things that MISO did. First, during those winter storm, we increased our commitment threshold, meaning we actually committed additional units that just, because we foresee there will be higher uncertainty. And the second, we also have elevated the short-term reserve, which means there will be additional units that cleared to provide this reserve when needed. So, which means when in the real time, the actual uncertainty materialize, we can just utilize these units that's already been committed without, out of market action. Yep. We do track a list of units in this example, that the units that's committed and clear for the short-term reserve, and we actually call them to provide the capacity when needed. Yeah.
So what is the motivation behind trying to identify two levels of reserve requirements, normal and high? What about you have the quantile forecast of uncertainty, then have a value at risk? You can identify, let's say, 95% confidence level, and then depending on the uncertainty, and you have a continuous range of uncertainty reserve. So is there operational concern in terms of having defined just two levels of reserve?
Thank you for the great question from the colleague in the RTO. This is really the heart of this is really related to our design concept. So the reason why we want to preset the requirement into just two level is because MISO want to take phase-in approach. So first, we want to let operators get familiar with that. Now we have different level of a requirement, and then with a forecast model, we're trying to simplify that to just either have the normal requirement or raise the requirement to the high level. Before, like you mentioned, we have we will automate the entire process. We just continuously forecast our uncertainty to a different quantile, and then dynamically also set our requirement, continuously to the corresponding different quantile. But that will be the very long-term goal before we reach that point. So at the beginning, we want to have a phased approach, more simplified, only normal and high requirements, and then only doing the forecast, pointing to either normal and high requirement. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
No more questions online. Do we have any more questions from the room? Going once, going twice. All right, let's thank our virtual speakers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, our final presenter of this session will be, it's another double feature, two presenters, Nazif Fakiri and Arezu Yazmati from Mid-Continent ISO will both be presenting virtually. Nazif and Arezu, can you please get your slides on the screen or share your slides to the Zoom webinar?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. Yeah, just one thing here. I think this is only solo presenting. It would be only me, Arezu. And yeah, sure. Let me share the screen. Can you see it?
Not yet. We see your camera.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, now we see your PowerPoint. This looks great.
Okay.
Thank you. Please take it away.
Yeah, so thank you. This is Arezu Qismati, MISO Market and Grid Research. This presentation is about uncertainty management. My colleague Zhao just gave a high-level overview of this platform that we have, and more in detail, I'll talk about what are the advances that we did and also we are doing. So technically, it's about how MISO is modelizing grid risk management with AI advances and leveraging cloud technology. In this slide, high level, I would like to kind of bring the fact that why we need the necessity behind this, having this intelligent platform. So the solution is that uncertainty is emerging, and the root cause of this, as bullet point, we can say, yes, MISO overall, not only MISO footprint, but overall across industry, we are experiencing portfolio evolution. So, and also with more projection of resources dependent on weather, namely renewable resources, as much as we appreciate the value that these clean energy resources bring, but also the challenges, the uncertainty and variability associated to these renewable resources such as solar and wind. And also for MISO itself, specifically given large footprint, the challenges is that, yes, we are experiencing at the same time diverse weather conditions. We are also experiencing overall, I guess, across industry, we are experiencing more frequent extreme weathers, weather-dependent extreme weathers. As well as, along with that, because MISO, again, like I said, is specific for MISO having large footprint, increased transmission congestions. These are risks, these are uncertainties. And last but not the least, the fact that, we have many frontliner experience operations, knowledgeable operations that as a result of transition or retirement, the risk of losing knowledge is there, and we want to be prepared for all of it. So now that we are experiencing these risks and we are expecting these risks and uncertainties, we want to see that what we have. So this is the main platform, uncertainty platform. This is how overall we can visualize. And in high level, I would like to walk you through the main features of this uncertainty platform. Number one for uncertainty platform is risk inputs. So meaning load renewables, generation uncertainties and data, they're all sanitized and, quality assured data set sits in one place. This is very important because the heart of any valid calculation and analytics is having data, valid data in one place. So risk input are there. Also the visualization and, analytics in green portion of this uncertainty is visualized. So in the past, before this uncertainty platform operation, they had only opportunity to see, let's say, deterministic forecasts in production format of load renewables. But now we gave them experience of seeing multiple scenarios from many vendors that kind of brings prepare them for situation or awareness and extreme events specifically. And also the analytics, the whole, these forecasting models, deterministic, probabilistic, the uncertainty bands, all of them sits in the heart of this platform. And at the end, the risk outputs. So the vision for this uncertainty platform is that eventually we wanted these operational scenarios, dynamic reserve, commitment marginal threshold, which would feed into the downstream application such as lag, frag, day-ahead, and real-time to have the real-time impact. So as we can see, input, analytics, visualization, output all sit in one place. And as a result, we ended up to have the first cloud-based, scalable enterprise operational platform. So now that we have it, we would like to kind of share some of the backgrounds and use cases that we had in the past and we already implemented, like Chenhao, my colleague, and mentioned, let's say STR, and what we are working on currently. So the rest of the slide is about that. So high level, I'm going to talk about winter storm Elliott. So as we heard back in 2022, based on most likely scenarios from multi-days ahead to day ahead, it happens that the forecast was we are fine, we are normal. But as a result, we experienced materials 25 gigawatt of risk uncertainty, which was huge. And lesson learned from that, that was a big incentive for MISO to start and set dynamically one of the reserve requirements, short-term reserve requirement, in a way that we be prepared for events such that. So then lesson learned from that, we were able to set the requirement from the by prediction uncertainty, as well as setting the requirement accordingly for winter storm header in 2024 and so in 2025, we are able to really improve the market commitment and pricing. That was success story out of it. This is short-term reserve requirement. We already implemented and productionized this requirement. Learning from this experience, as MISO has multiple, market products from day ahead all the way to, 4 seconds. The focus of what currently we are working, my team is working on, is developing on, again, the same as we did for short-term reserve, this time for ramp and regulation requirement. So technically, we are having a net uncertainty that we want to first forecast it in a multi, I don't know, maybe it's like hours ahead, multi-hours ahead, or even for regulation requirement, as you can see in this cone-shaped visualization shorter in some seconds ahead, 4 seconds ahead. So forecast it. And also, depending on that, set the requirement accordingly. What happens is that we kind of, the way that we're looking into this problem, first we want to, in short term, we want to understand what is underlying pattern for this uncertainty signal. If there is any specific drivers that can help us to bring into some solution, short-term solution for operations. And lesson learned, bring all of these as features into developing a machine learning forecasting model, as we did for SDR, for now multi-hours ahead, kind of intra-hours. So we have short-term as well as short and long-term solution by, within this practice for 2 products that we want to try to set it dynamically, ramp and reg. Here, high level, I want to show some of the results and advances that we have so far for short-term solution for ramp and reg requirement. For example, we know that we are dealing with time series. Time series has one main characteristic of autoregressive. What it means that we want to understand how far in the back the knowledge can, or kind of the information can transfer to the current stage. So then we can leverage from past information. It's not necessarily forecast, but is very informative data that we can leverage from. But the solution to leverage from it is finding the optimal lag signal in the past that we can leverage from, not very far back, but not also something that we may really lose information. In the left-hand side, we did analysis, PACF, partial autocorrelation function is a statistical approach. We understand that for ramp, for example, 1 hour is the maximum lag in the past that we can really can rely on. And also for the reg in the bottom left, only 5 minutes in the back is the most reliable information that we can leverage from previous lag and also put into our forecasting model if the goal is. As we discussed, one of the main focus for now is understanding the pattern. We want to understand that right now the setting is everything is static. Let's say 1175 for ramp capability product is what MISO goes with. We want to understand when situation happened in the past that they past this limit of 1175, what are the drivers of those uncertainties? What hours in a day, which season usually that happens? For example, in these 4 subplots in the right-hand side, I would like you to, let's look into winter and summer in the left, the 2, one in the left. So different chunks of hours in different, legends, different chunks of every 3 hours through 24 hours shows that, for example, in summertime, the extreme net uncertainty ramp started sooner in the afternoon compared to winter. And this is constant across analysis over the past 4 years. This is also something that we could cluster and classify data to look more deep dive into. Another thing, now that we can better understand the pattern, difference of pattern across different hours of the day, we want to understand also what are the drivers of those uncertainties. For example, if net load ramp is the driver when we are passing 1175 around hour 18 to 21, this is one example in this slide. Winter, chunks of hour 18 to 21 in winter, whereas in summer. So the boxes that are highlighted in red is exploration of our analysis, just showing that, let's say, the drivers in summer versus in winter are different. And also the down ramp, for example, in solar forecast and wind forecast in summer versus up ramp in wind. Ramp is something that we can consider as driver. As short-term solution, we can go to operations and say, be prepared for these hours before we kind of bring you the final solution, which is forecasting model for any hours ahead. So this is evolving, yet we are working on, and the goal is for ramp and regulation requirement to deliver a forecasting model for net uncertainty and set requirement accordingly based on those numbers to high or medium, the same as SCR as we already operationalized it. The other incentive of having this big umbrella of uncertainty platform beside this dynamic reserve requirement is the fact that MISO has many vendors and many scenarios. So we want to get the best out of this. One of the incentive and experience was Eclipse that happens in 2024 spring. Out of 10, only one of the weather-dependent scenarios could capture the eclipse impact and predicted that 30 gig, wind drop, but not the other 9. So the question is that, however, that only one single scenario was not performing well usually across the year. So the question is that now that we have this data, how the best we can maybe select some of them when we need, or we are in a situation that we need to choose intelligently, or maybe how to ensemble these scenarios. With that question, we started internally. The MISO R&D started to develop two different categories of vendor switch algorithm, as well as ensemble models to kind of blend those scenarios. For vendor switch algorithm, a little bit background, we started with renewable vendors. MISO primary has two vendors. One is usually performing well. The other one is time to time. And surprisingly, especially for solar, the second vendor that usually is not performing well could capture many significant moments. That was a aha moment for us to see how the best we can incorporate those results of second vendor and kind of drop the cost of not forecasting well and uncertainty associated to that. The guidelines for designing this algorithm was a couple of things. Number one, we want to be a bit resistant of over switching, meaning that we needed to set some threshold when maybe some level is good enough between two vendors that let's not switch. And the other thing is that the idea is that overall, we did this switching over each vendor, meaning each unit, meaning EP nodes, and then eventually we aggregated across all MISO system-wide. The reason being that when we looked into the performance of these vendors across each EP nodes, very geographical granular, whereas when we zoom out and did overall aggregated, we were losing a lot of information. So what we did, we looked into each EP node individually, and then historically looking into the performance of vendor as provided forecast for each of those, and then set the threshold very statistically based on the distribution of the error of both vendors. This approach is very statistical based and came from the distribution and history of performance of all of them. So the decision making is that, as you can see in here, is when both vendors, the error past the threshold, and negative and positive is over forecast and under forecasting. We were respectful to the sign of the error, and the green is our algorithm. For example, the error in red, orange is low, and then at some point error in the purple one, another vendor is low. And this is what our result, our switching result look like. And eventually we aggregate all these dashed green lines for all EP nodes across all MISO footprints and regions and report the performance. What happened is that we tested this performance of intelligent switching algorithm between renewable vendors across last fall all the way to this spring. This is the y-axis being the mean absolute error, x-axis being the month, and vendor one being in blue, vendor two being in orange, and our algorithm, the switching, intelligent switching is green. Overall, the performance consistently were better across both system as well as regions. MISO has traditionally three regions, North, Central, and South. And also, like I mentioned, beside having the vendor switch, we want to also see if there is, because we know that there is a lot of value when it comes to ensembling and blending scenarios. So we started to think about now, suppose that we want to leverage all of them, not at the time, because vendor switch at each time, every 5 minutes, we only leverage from one input and we pick that. Here we wanted to develop an algorithm that kind of ensemble them and kind of use all of them and see if we will leverage in terms of performance compared to vendor switch. We designed two models. Number one, weighted average, and number two, meaning the forecasting model. For weighted average, technically, we have vendors, multiple scenarios, and we give weight. We develop a classifier which weight associated to that, and we aggregate them. Simply is weighted average. which that P or kind of the weight comes from the probability associated to each of these classes. And the other one is forecasting. We actually developed a forecasting model based on historical performance of these two vendors for us. So this is overall the performance of the same color coding for blue and orange, the primary vendors, the green being the vendor switch, and red and purple being the blending or ensemble models. What we understood, the weighted average overall did not beat the ensemble regression. This is system-wide. Even for units, it wasn't performing well. But the good thing about ensemble regression, or that forecasting kind of is like a scratch forecasting, the purple one, compared to orange and blue, which are the primary vendors, that even outperforms the vendor switch continuously. At least in this set of data that we tested across 3 seasons, from early last fall all the way to the end of spring this year. Now, what we want to do, like I said, this big umbrella of uncertainty management has many pieces: dynamic reserves, vendor switch, vendor ensemble, scenario ensemble. So we are there. So we develop these models. We are also now working on advances of many more scenarios, that specifically for load, we have more scenarios than 2. And we are working on developing algorithms for ensembling or switching between those, and hopefully to implement it in the platform and give operations opportunity to test and give us feedback and continue developing it. So I think this is the list of all my co-authors in here. If there's any questions, I'm going to pause in here and open the floor for questions. Can you hear me?
Thank you. We have any questions in the room?
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a general question about the forecast data that you work with. It looks like what you're working with is the P50 or the deterministic forecast. Do you work with the probabilistic forecast in your AI model?
For scenarios?
Well, I think once you have a scenario, it's no longer uncertain. But for example, when you try to derive the most accurate system level forecast, you sum up the forecasts, the most accurate forecast, whichever vendor provides the most accurate forecast for a node, you do that. So we add them up. So that sounds like it's a point forecast.
It is point forecast. Yes.
You work with probability forecasts. Yeah.
Not in this application, no, we didn't. So technically the question brought to us that we have scenarios, scenario being deterministic forecast coming from vendors, and now how the best we can use them. Shortly, it was deterministic forecast. But to address your point, either we had a prediction band or so we didn't. However, we think that eventually, because I didn't continue this big, uncertainty platform, because the main piece of this is for all these, because technically this is also another sort of forecast that we are providing, is going toward probabilistic forecast. Technically, MISO internally is into direction of developing prediction band and confidence intervals. And I would say that we are more toward quanti-regression approach when it comes to probabilistic forecast. For example, when we end up to report this is the scenario, or let's say this is the forecast for next 10 minutes for renewable, that comes from the input are deterministic. We also provide deterministic, but based on that, we are in the path of eventually develop quanti regression on top of it, because we know that when it comes to decision making, having those quantiles are quite helpful for operations to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We have a question online from Lee. Lee, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute and ask your question, go for it.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Actually, this is a question for the last maybe 2 speakers or more. I've been wondering about this for some time. From an economic point of view, what you really want to know is, well, when you need something like additional ramping or flexibility, what are you doing as an ISO to achieve that? Are you bringing in new units or shutting down units if you need less? Or are you taking advantage of the intrinsic characteristics, dynamic characteristics, the flexibility of individual participants, supplier participants, participants of storage or whatever other resource you've got? It just seems to me when you talk about a ramp product, okay, if you're going to want to take advantage of intrinsic flexibility of individual units, you have to consider the correlation between all of these different attributes of that one resource. Whereas if you're going to just simply bring in new units or down, dispatch down or even not commit units to get all of this flexibility externally simply by coordinating as a collection of resources, then you don't need to know so much about the individual flexibility of the resource units. But the question is, which way do you go, and which is more economically and reliably, from a point of view of reliability, which is the better way to go to really understand the intrinsic capabilities of the resources you're working with, or to require them to simply report their capabilities in terms of some block energy units with prices associated, which doesn't seem to me to allow a full communication of capability. Okay, I'll let the speakers maybe comment on that. Thank you.
Arizo, I can take this. I think
Yes, please.
For our market participants, there is an array of very detailed operation parameters they need to submit to an RTO. And to the speaker's question in terms of the ramp, one of the parameters a generation resource unit need to submit is their ramp rate. So all our discussion, our presentation today is for an RTO to set the requirement, which means this is the amount of ramp that I think I need in the market. So we set the requirement, and then from the supply side, we will clear all the market offers through our engine to meet our requirement. So I don't know if that.
But how do you take into account that the ramping capability of a unit in runtime is constrained by their by where they are as a state, by their current state? In other words, they can only ramp up or down so much within a certain time interval, and in runtime, they may have been running at a certain close to upper capacity max, so they have actually very little ramp left. So how do you take into account, what I'm trying to get at here is the correlated nature of these different characteristics of resources that they're trying to offer, but they're correlated, they're joint products, right? Each individual resource is offering ramping and capacity and voltage stability or whatever it is, but it's a correlated set of products. And what I'm not seeing in any of the ISO talks today is any recognition or any points that are addressed to the issue of correlated attributes of individual resources. You can't, as an economist, you can't separate correlated attributes of a single resource into separate products sold in separate markets. You understand what I'm saying? You can't, it's a joint product problem, right? You can't count on independent production of ramp and independent production of capacity from one resource, because in real time, they're going to be constrained by that upper and lower capacity. The ramp will be constrained by that upper and lower capacity, so that you actually have a ramp and a capacity that are correlated attributes. You can't change one without the other at a given point in time. So what I'm not seeing from ISO RTOs talking about these new products that they want to get flexibility, they're ramping, capacity, energy. But what about the cross correlations in individual resources of these intrinsic attributes? How are you respecting the fact that joint products cannot be independently bought and sold? That's the key question I'm trying to get at.
May I add a comment? Yeah, thanks, Lee. So I think let me try to answer your question. Hopefully, I get it. So I think so in our optimization, like the market optimization, it reflects all different constraints, right? So I think what I'm hearing you're saying is the capacity limit and also the ramp rate limit, as Zhao mentioned, right? So those are all co-optimized with the market optimization, and the ramp requirement is just additional constraint to that, right? So it actually accommodates both the ramping rate and
I understand that you implement it as a correlated problem. I understand it's in the runtime. It's implemented that way. What I'm trying to get at is how do you compensate? How is the what is the remuneration? What is the in advance as a reserve? How do you compensate resources independently for a ramp product and a capacity product and maybe a voltage control product? How do you compensate them, okay, as independent products, which these products that you're talking about, it looks like you're treating them like individual compensating. You can somehow compensate a ramp product without even understanding
maybe I
the
misunderstood
capacity or the other stuff is.
Sorry.
I mean, so it's a remuneration of value when that value is coming from jointly produced value. That's what I'm trying to get at. From the market setup here cannot be a bunch of independent markets. It has to be a market that respects joint product production, right? So I'm not seeing any kind of market in any of the ISO RTOs that respects correlated supply of supply of correlated valued attributes. And that is, I see energy markets, right? So all I see is blocks of energy with a single uniform price attached. What I'm not seeing is how you're going to actually remunerate ramping and capacity when they're correlated with one resource. How are you going to compensate that resource appropriately in advance as a reserve? In other words, you're not yet
to wrap up this Q&A.
You're not yet
so that we can
dispatching
move on
them.
to
This is a reserve.
the next question, if there is one more. Thank you. Any further questions from the room or online? Going once, going twice. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. That concludes our session for the day. Let's thank our speaker one more time. All right, thank you, everyone. So we will meet back here for tomorrow's Wednesday sessions. We'll be dual tracked. There'll be sessions both here and in hearing room 1 next door. We'd also like to announce that while the commission has no official happy hour, staff will be going to Andy's Pizza down the road on M Street after the conference to celebrate and relax. So please join us there if you're willing and able. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.